Wasted at Water Sports, ahoy! Welcome along as the Big Bash continues this Boxing Day doubleheader. Where else would you want to be, right? Rather than catching some of the BBL action right here on the Wasted World of Sports. Starting off with the Sydney Sixers versus the hapless Melbourne Stars. Cruising along to a wooden spoon here, the Melbourne Stars in season BBL 14. Season BBL 14 doesn't quite work, does it? I was going to say in season 2024/2025, which is a little bit of a more normal way to put things. Sydney Sixers have won the toss, and they've elected to field the Stars coming out to bat. And it's pretty safe to say, even this early in the competition, needing a victory here, the Melbourne Stars. They cannot afford to go down again. If they do, it'll be a long way back, if it's possible at all. Sydney Sixers, though, as normal, as you would expect, they're performing quite admirably. They'll certainly be one of the teams that features there or thereabouts come finals time. And very heavy favourites for this one. Very heavy favourites, not just with the bookmakers, not just with the journos, but the Wasted World of Sports Big Bash tipping contest as well. Very, very heavy in favour of the Sydney Sixers today. So I would consider it a monumental upset should the Melbourne Stars get the job done. But desperation does incredible things, right? We see it in all kinds of sport, not just cricket, not just T20, where... And T20 is a sport that's perfectly set up for an upset or two, right? But we see it in all forms of sport. Desperation does incredible things. And it could just bring the best out of the Melbourne Stars today. Who knows? Time will tell. 20 overs from each team will tell. And it is the Stars in bat first. Tom Rogers. Tom Rogers has been one of my go-to guys. Jordan, ahoy there, and Renegades on top, ahoy. Nice to see you both again. As this Boxing Day doubleheader is ready to commence. And then, of course, later tonight, we do have the Perth Scorchers and the Brisbane Heat. What a blockbuster of a game that's going to be. But I'll talk more about that when that game is ready to begin, because we've got this one first, Jackson Bird, to open the bowling. Expecting the Sydney Sixers to win, and win quite comfortably here. So let's see how it plays out. Boxing Day T20 doubleheader. Up and running. Sixers versus the Stars, and it's turned away on the leg side, square of the wicket. But just a single to begin. Heat to go 3-0 tonight, I hope. I really, really hope. Off and running here on this one. A single played away. Down to deep square leg. Nixon edits. Ahoy there, mate. Did I watch the test? I can't do test cricket. I'm sorry. I don't have the free time available, and I don't have the attention span. I'll be perfectly honest. I'll start watching tests from like day 3. Love the footy. Yes, the footy is the main source of content from this channel. NRL and rugby union, that's how this channel was created. Drifting onto the legs again. And Ducket again turns it away to square leg, just the one. I was fast asleep when Constas was batting. Renegades on top. I have heard, though, Michelle was telling me that Constas basically batted like it was a T20 game. Three singles to start. And now a big swing straight down the ground. A few bounces and into the sight screen for 4. And this is a good start for the Melbourne Stars. Poor bowling from Jackson Bird. Very, very loose. Ryder Pearce, having won the toss and electing to field, I would expect the Sixers to win this quite comfortably, but we'll see. T20 cricket has just got a way of throwing up a surprise result, as this is a half volley right in the swinging arc, and Tom Rogers says thank you very much. A 6 to back up the boundary he just hit. And this is really poor bowling from Jackson Bird, but you've still got to be good enough to take advantage of these loose deliveries, and Tom Rogers is well and truly up to the task. This is a good over for the Melbourne Stars. He goes again. Rogers doesn't get full contact with this one. Jams it off the outside edge. And a dot ball to finish. And a sarcastic round of applause for Jackson Bird for tossing up a dot ball at last. No, I didn't watch that. I can't do Test cricket well. I just don't have the attention span for it. I'll have a test on in the background if I've got nothing else to do, but more often than not, I do have other things to do, I'm afraid. In terms of who's going to win the BBL, who do I think will win this game? I've already answered that. Sixers, I think, win this game. Despite that horrible first over, the Sixers to win this game. Who do I think will win the BBL this year? Jeez, you know what? I'll tell you, my smoky for the whole tournament are the Melbourne Renegades. They're looking the goods this season. Very, very solid all-round team. Recruited extremely well. I am loving the looks of the Melbourne Renegades. Even though we're very early into the competition, they look very, very good indeed. 13 runs off the opening over is the perfect start for the Stars, though, having been sent into bat. And it's Tom Rogers doing the damage. Back-to-back boundaries, a 4 and a 6. And the Sixers immediately turn to the spinners. And why not? Spin bowling has certainly become prevalent in the recent renditions of the Big Bash, or T20 cricket in general, really. Often known as a batter's game, T20's certainly evolved into a little bit of a bowler's paradise in many respects, hasn't it? As this one's turned away from Ducket for 1, down to square leg again, and why not? Just keep pushing the singles and get Tom Rogers on strike. Because Tom Rogers, he's the man doing the heavy hitting. Off the top edge here, Rogers goes for the big hit. Should be taken just outside the circle. Retreating backwards and eventually falling over, but holding on, and relief. Relief for Hossain as he looks to the skies and celebrates the first wicket. And I just got through talking up Tom Rogers. He goes for the big hit on the leg side, gets the top edge. And the first wicket is down. Sixers. That's what they needed. Rogers back in the dugout. That's a good question. Renegades on top. Do I think that Marvel Stadium might impact the Renegades' performances? It was atrocious, wasn't it? Well, you would hope that... I had heard that there's been, in the lead up to that match that we saw the other night, where the grass was all chewed up and it really wasn't a nice looking pitch or just stadium in general. But I heard on the whispers that there was a reason for that. There were large scale events in the week leading up to that game. So theoretically and hopefully that won't always be the case, and they'll be able to spend a lot of time preparing for future Big Bash games. Fingers crossed, though, huh? Because that really was... it made for an interesting call of the game, though, so I won't complain too much. The new man in, Harper. Just fends it away for a drop ball to start while he gets his eye in. Speak of the devil, there is Michelle. Ahoy there. Harper going to score another 40 or 40. Hussein with his final delivery, 3 and a wicket from it so far, just pushed away for 1. Solid over that one. I was just saying, I think it was you that told me that there were some large-scale events in the lead-up to that match the other night at Marvel Stadium. So it might not be as bad a wicket as it was the other night moving forward if they don't have similar large-scale events. But if it is, then it's a little bit concerning, and they need to get their act together, the curators. 1 for 17. Mookie, ahoy there. 1 for 17 it is. After 2 overs, a much better second over, and unsurprisingly, Jackson Bird has immediately been pulled out of the bowling attack. God bless him, but geez, he was atrocious in that opening over. And Ben Dorshus bumps one in a little short of the length, and it's cut away. Down to third man for just the 1. Ben Grimson, ahoy there. Thoughts on Constas? Okay, well, my immediate thought on Constas is I'm a Brisbane Heat supporter, so I love the fact that he's been selected because it means we get McSweeney back. And I didn't see it, but I heard about it. And if you play a high-risk game, eventually the house is going to win. Ducket cuts this one away, square of the wicket for 4. The house always wins in the end. If you take a gamble, high-risk cricket, you'll get the reward every now and then. But it'll be interesting to see if the Aussie selectors stick with him when he gets himself out for a duck, in playing the exact same style of game the next few innings in a row. How are you, Ollie? Pulled away this time for Ducket. And it's a boundary the opposite side of the wicket. Well, the Melbourne Stars, they have started this really, really well. Apart from the wicket, nine from the over to start, and Dorshus not doing any better than Bird at the moment. Bumps it in short again. Gets the top edge. It's over the top of the infield. And they'll come back for a second. Reed Nichols, ahoy mate. Yes, it is indeed. Boxing Day. Why is it called Boxing Day? Have we chatted about this? I'm sure somebody in the chat room knows why it's Boxing Day. Why it's called Boxing Day. I'm sure we've had this conversation on the channel before. 1 for 28 here. The Melbourne Stars going along great guns at the moment. Dorshus, a slower delivery, drifting onto the legs though. And another good over here from the Stars. 12 from it. One delivery remains. Ollie is the best, says Reed. Nichols is shouting us a party. Oh, what a champion. Cut away over the top of the infield. One bouncing over the rope for 4. Harper, what a hit that was. 1 for 33. And this is a great start for the Melbourne Stars. Their backs are against the wall. They need a victory. I've tipped the Sixers, and I will still stick with the Sydney Sixers at the moment. But the Melbourne Stars, they need a win, and they are playing like a team whose life is on the line here in BBL 14. Been a fantastic start. Oh, here we go. They're showing us some highlights from the test. Okay, ramp shot, holding his bat up. Nice highlights package. Beautiful highlights package. Ram shot, lift of the bat. I'm fairly sure that there were more to it than that, but anyway. Oh, the long and short of it, apparently, is as this ball is pulled away from Ducket into the gap for another 4. Well, the Melbourne Stars, they were sent into bat. The Sydney Sixers winning the bat flip. That makes sense, actually. My mind immediately went to, did there used to be like a big annual boxing match on that everybody used to go to? It's like, oh, are you off to the traditional post-Christmas boxing match? Edged and away for 4. Past the keeper. Well, actually flying after it and getting it just inside the rope. They come back for a third, though. That was a good chase and good fielding. But still, the Stars are on a roll. Oh, has he got it? This might be 4. Hang on. Let's have a look at this replay. Has he flicked this back before he's put his foot down? No, he hasn't. That's 4. I'm calling that 4. I'm calling this as a 4. He's put his foot down before he's flicked it back into the field. Oh, this is close. I'm calling that a 4, though. The Stars. Absolutely solid effort, but in the end it amounts for naught. And this will be overturned and called a boundary. One for 41. Gina Ferricini, ahoy there. You're still at work. That must be fun. Hussain. 2 boundaries to start this over. And now a third as Ducket rocks back and pulls it over the top of the infield. It'll take a few bounces and into the rope for 4. The Stars have come to play. Their backs are against the wall. The backs might be against the wall, but the shackles are well and truly off. And this is a dream start. 1 for 45. They are flying here. And Hussain, what does he do now? A solid first over, so they brought him in again. And he's gone 4, 4, 4. Wednesday. Next Wednesday is New Year's. He does the reverse sweep and gets every piece of that over the top of the infield for 4. Are we going to witness an over full of boundaries? That's 4 in a row. 2 balls left. And it is the Ben Ducket show going on at the moment. Bring on 2025. Bring the footy back. The footy of both codes. Yes, please. I'm so keen for the footy to restart. I'll even do the pre-season games this year with all the little junior reserve grade players. Reverse sweeps again and again. It's over the top. Another boundary. 5 boundaries in a row off this over. Hussein has been taken to the cleaners. The highest power play from any team in BBL 14, I'm assuming, not of all time. And it's easily been the best of the Stars. BBL 14 so far. Yes, there we go. Confirmed. 5 boundaries in a row. Where do they go from here? 1 for 53. What an amazing start this is for the Stars. All right, I reckon that it's still too early to tell. I wouldn't be getting carried away, but if the Stars pull off an upset here, as Ducket down the pitch, gets a good piece of that, and it lands just inside the rope. 6 fours. That is amazing. 4, 4, 4, 4, 4, 4. 24 off the over. The Melbourne Stars have come to play. Ollie is the best, says my friend Missy. Says ahoy and Merry Christmas. Ahoy, Missy. Merry Christmas and happy Boxing Day. Ben Ducket, 39 runs or 14 deliveries. It's his show at the moment. Chunky 2110 says Benny taking the piss. 39 or 14. Just 6 boundaries in a row. Defunk, ahoy. Defunk, mate, did you see that? Ben Ducket just took Hussein for 6 boundaries in a row, and now another little reverse sweep from Harper. Just the single and put Ducket on strike. Why not? Ben Ducket on fire at the moment. Ben Ducket, 39 runs or 14 deliveries. 24 of those were off the last over. This is insane. This is the Melbourne Stars, the same Melbourne Stars that I believe, let me just confirm that, if I can. Oh. I believe they're bottom of the table at the moment, without a win. They're playing as if they've won the competition for the past 4 goes in a row. Wide outside off stump. Sliced away. Down to third man, just the one. They are the bottom of the table. There you go. Thought so. Well, they're playing like they're back-to-back-to-back BBL champions at the moment. Harper just fends this away. Might push for 2, but they settle for 1. Daniel Ahoy there, who won the Harper trade. Which Harper trade? What sport are we talking about? Are we talking about Morgan Harper for the Manly Seagulls. Martin Gore, ahoy there, mate. Gorn, sorry. Martin Gorn. Ahoy and Merry Christmas, Martin. Harper back on strike to face the last ball. Just turns it away. They might push for two here. Settle for one again. And it's 1 for 62. What a start here for the Melbourne Stars on the back of Ben Ducket. Cruising along very, very nicely here. As on YouTube, we bring up the wagon wheels. Oh, okay. Seems like on TV they had the exact same thought as me. I'll have to figure out a way to get the... I'll figure out a way to get the wagon wheels up on TikTok. Since there's always more viewers for the cricket on TikTok, I'll figure out how to build my screens around the TikTok framework as Edwards comes into the bowling attack. 1 for 62 here at the SCG. The Sixers won the bat flip, elected to field, and they might be ruining that decision at the moment. Edged back to the keeper, but along the ground, no run. A valuable dot ball. Well, this one's got an E at the end of it. Michelle. So, and I also have no idea who you're talking about. Across the stumps, Harper. Drives this one to the onside for one. .2 overs gone. 1 for 63. Chris Green in the commentary box. This is wide outside off stump. Sliced it away. Did not get all of it. They come back for two. Good start here for Edwards. Just the 3 runs from the first 3 balls. 1 for 65 it is. 5.3 gone. Max Gawn, an AFL star. Yeah. Well, that explains the... The only AFL stars I know are Warwick Kappa, Jason Ackermanis, Wayne Carey, Nathan Buckley, Collingwood, was that his name? Or Shane Buckley? It was somebody Buckley. Two balls here to go in the over. Ducket just looks to guide it away past the keeper. Nathan Buckley, yeah. A big unit, right? Collingwood. Just a big, solid unit of a human being. Renegades on top says, do you also watch the NRL? Yes, indeed. The NRL is the bread and butter of this channel. closely followed by rugby union internationals. Only rugby union internationals do a lot more views than the NRL do. A lot more viewers. As this is pulled away, looking for the 6. Well, there was a chance of a catch there. He must have lost it in the stands or lost it in the sun or something. No thought of a dive for it in the outfield. And they come back for 2, but he does save the 4. One for 68 here. The Stars off to a great start, but as we always say, right, every single game. But I have to say it again. You can't judge a pitch until both teams are batted on it. So it's hard to know right now just how good a score this is. But certainly based on what we do know, the Stars are off to a very good start here. Can't take anything away from that at all. Beautiful work in the outfield. In the end, it was a little far away for the catch. So I'll have to take that back. I won't be as harsh on him. He's done extremely well to save the 4. One for 68, 6 gone. And this is a high full toss. Could even be called a no ball. That had to be close to over waist height. And only a single off it. They've gotten away with that one. Harper steps back, pulls it away. They think about 2, but they're held to just 1. Current dream team for BBL. Current. Ugh. God, that's almost a stream in of itself, right? Ducket, down on one knee, sweeps it away over the fence, square of the leg side. And Ben Ducket brings up his 50, 22 balls. He's on fire. Now the Sydney Sixers really do need to remove Ben Ducket, who under that helmet looks an awful lot like Lloyd Pope. That's insane. They could be twins. Backs away, slashes to the offside, just the 1. One for 77. Ben Ducket on fire. Playing very, very well. Down the pitch, Harper off the outside edge is caught. He just scoops it to backward point. And he's on his way. The second wicket falls, a big wicket for the Sixers, but not the biggest one. They did need a breakthrough, but they really would have loved to see Ducket on his way. And Daniel Vettori Jr. gets the breakthrough. 2 for 77. Oh, what's for dinner? Renegades on top. I'll have to start considering food options for after the stream. I feel like pasta now, of course. The Gina Ferracini's been in the chat room, as always. Glenn Maxwell, elf ears and all, out to the crease. 2 for 77. And if Maxwell can get on a little bit of a tear here, this could be a big, big score indeed. First ball, turned away for 1, thinking about 2. You've got to love a good autocorrect, right? Homage burritos. I would love to know what the burritos are homage to. But it sounds good either way. You've got to love a good autocorrect. Of course, there's the all-time classic when it autocorrects to duck. I think we all know what that word is. And, of course, one of the most embarrassing ones. Oh, yes, streaming gets autocorrected to streaking for some reason. The less I know about Michelle's texting habits, the better, I think, with autocorrects like that. And, of course, one of the most embarrassing moments that I personally experienced when I just popped into work and then I texted the boss because I accidentally set the alarms off. Forgot my code to set off the alarm. So I texted the boss just to let him know everything was okay. And, sorry about the alarms going off, mate. I just pooped into the office. Two for 79 here. The Stars off to a great start. Going along at 11 runs and over. And they should be setting themselves a more than competitive score here. And it's been built off the back of Ben Ducket, 51 of 23. And back on strike. Slower ball, full on the stumps, driven down on the onside. Will it be the fielder? He has to dive to save it in the outfield. They'll come back for 2 at least. And that is extremely well fielded. Saves a boundary. Ben Ducket. Oh, he's nearly cleaned up his batting partner there as well. Sure it was. Shaw in the outfield, diving, saving the 2. This is a very good score, Flynn. Absolutely, 2 for 81. They'll be disappointed about the wickets, of course. 7.2 overs gone. 11 is their run rate. This is a very good score. For a team that's bottom of the table without a win at the moment, this is more than better. Especially in a game against the Sixers, nobody's really expecting them to win. So, whilst there's obviously pressure on them, being on the bottom of the table and not having a win at the moment, the pressure lifts a little bit because they come into this game with zero expectation. All the bookmakers, all the journos, all the TV commentary experts expecting the Sixers to win this quite easily. The Stars have been able to just come out and go, boom. And they've got themselves off to a fantastic start here. Glenn Maxwell shakes his head. Feels like he's missed out there. Two for 82. And that run rate still just hanging above the 10 mark. The object for the Sixers, of course, get that run rate down to 9, to 8, to 7. As Maxwell says, there'll be none of that. There will be none of this bringing the run rate down. And a square drive down to the boundary for 4 through Cal corner. And Glenn Maxwell, no interest at all in slowing things down. Kerr to bowl his last ball. Maxwell goes again, but this one's even bigger. It's over the fence this time. Well, it's been the Ben Ducket show to start this innings, but now the big show's here. 2 for 92. Maxwell with back-to-back boundaries. And the Melbourne Stars indeed travelling along very, very nicely. I tipped them in the Waste to Water Sports, a BBL tipping contest. The Sydney Sixers, that is. Sorry. I tipped the Sixers because I've gone for the Brisbane Heat as my upset for the night. But I might be regretting that decision I had. And it's easy to say after a team gets off to a good start, I know. So I'm not even going to try and make anybody believe me. But I did have a fleeting moment where I considered tipping the Stars. But it was very, very small and very, very fleeting. I went for the Brisbane Heat for the upset tonight instead. As Jackson Bird back into the attack. And again, it's a shocker of a delivery. Well, Jackson Bird is just... I don't know what's up with him today. It's just a slower ball hanging up outside off stump. And Ben Ducket says, thank you, sir. 4. As he drives it through the offside through extra cover. And this could be a huge over. If Bird can jag a wicket here and pull this back, Sixers on top. If it goes for a huge over, Stars well and truly on top. And now, another back-to-back boundaries. Ducket through the exact same area out to the extra cover boundary. And Jackson Bird is just tossing up meat pies here. It's an absolute buffet of pies for the Melbourne Stars batters. Bird in again, and it's gone for 6 this time. Ducket down on one knee. Scoops it over the square leg fence for 6. And, well, it's been really good batting here from Ben Ducket, but got to say, as harsh as it might seem, this bowling from Jackson Bird is just complete shithouse. Really, really poor bowling. He is tossing up an absolute buffet of meat pies here. And Ducket has taken him for 14 runs off the first 3 balls. The Stars flying. Now cuts it at wide outside of stump. It's in the air and taken. He doesn't get hold of it this time. And it certainly wasn't anything like a good ball from Jackson Bird. But he does jag a wicket. Well, remember what I just said a few deliveries ago. This could be an over that defines the innings. If Jackson Bird can jag a wicket, it could turn the advantage to the Sixers. But if he gets taken to the cleaners, advantage Stars. Well, what's happened? He's jagged a wicket, but he's also been taken to the cleaners before he jagged the wicket. So what does that mean? A stalemate, I guess. A stalemate scenario. As Marcus Stoinis will come out to the crease. That is a big wicket, though. Huge wicket for the Sixers, the home side. They did need that breakthrough. They absolutely did need that breakthrough. And it is indeed Marcus Stoinis, the most punchable face in Australian sport, comes out to the crease. He's had a decent big BBL 14 so far, but he hasn't really carried on with anything. He's got himself off to some solid starts, but thrown his wicket away. And he starts with fending off a short ball to the offside for no run. Took him by surprise a little bit there, I think, the extra bounce. Stoinis and Maxwell. That is a great batting partnership on paper. Turned away, but picks out the fielder there at mid-wicket for no run. So Jackson Bird, a good finish to the over, but he got absolutely tonked to start with. 3 for 106. Jordan, you just looked up the NRL preseason fixture. Very nice. What do you make of it? What's your thoughts? Three for 106 here. 9 overs gone. 11.78 the run rate. Ben Dorshus back into the attack. Went for 16 off his first over, and he starts with a wide. Not a good start here for Dorshus. Ben Ducket, the last wicket. 68 of 29. Put on an absolute show. In his time spent out there, did very, very well. He's got the Stars off to a fantastic start here. They'll be very happy with how things are going. Just the one run down to fine leg. The double headers are cool, but they're playing stadiums no one has heard of. Well, there will be some... there will be some unusual stadiums in the preseason because the expectation will be not a lot of people will go to some of them. Because, look, the preseason, don't expect to see the likes of Cameron Munster or Nathan Cleary. Like, all these players will be rested for the preseason. I should imagine. So I'm assuming the NRL, they pick stadiums based around the fact that they're not going to get full houses to these things. Who's going to Cairns to watch the game? Well, the people from Cairns, I'm assuming. It's an opportunity for them to see some teams they don't normally get, as this one's off the top edge. The man runs around to try and get under it, but it falls safely. Stoinis nearly gone for a duck there. What it is, basically, Jordan, is it's an opportunity for the NRL to say, see, look, we do care about the these. You know, I know Cairns isn't exactly the most remote of remote places, but the idea is, see, Cairns do get games. Whoop Whoop does get games. Timbuktu, they do get games. Yeah, they get preseason games. No one gives a toss about. But it's all just a PR ploy. As Glenn Maxwell pulls this away for 6. A glorious shot from Maxwell. And the scary thing is there, I don't think he even got close to getting hold of that. Will Main says, I'm watching it right now. Go the Stars. And the Stars off to an absolute flyer. Maxwell again tonks this square of the... Well, not square of the wicket. Went a little bit straighter than I realised. Picks out the man at long on. And it's just the one. Three for 116. Oh, they're on track for a big, big score here. The Sydney Sixers need wickets, and they need them ASAP. Dorcius. Swing and a miss from Stoinis, who is really struggling at the moment. He's only faced 4 deliveries, well, 5 now. He's had an air swing that could have easily been bowled, and he's had a top edge that could easily have been caught down at third man. He's got away with both of them, and absolutely flying here, the Stars. We'll be right back after a quick break. All right. Let's go. 3 for 116. Officially halfway through this batting innings. As we see some highlights for Ben Ducket. 68 runs off 29 balls. 10 fours. 2 sixes. He took full advantage of the power play, Ben Ducket. What a performance it's been. And the Stars on top here. Actually, let's see what the odds are. The Sydney Sixers were very short-priced favourites to open. Well, let's see what they are now. The Sixers won the bat flip as well, by the way. They won the bat flip and they elected to bowl first. And the Melbourne Stars are very heavy favourites now with the bookmakers. $1.29 they're paying for the win. Sydney Sixers have blown out to $3.50. And $3.50 is a good price for the Sydney Sixers. Power play. Oh, the power surge. Sorry, power surge taken. Did I just hear that correctly? Power surge? Yes. They've gone for the surge straight away, the Stars, and why not? Why wouldn't you? Honestly. Power surge activated. Stoinis and Maxwell, 2 very capable big hitters. And they could put on a scary, scary score here, the Melbourne Stars. Kerr to take up the bowling. First delivery, Maxwell gives himself room. It's high in the air. Has he got enough distance on it? Well, he's got more than enough on it. It's gone way back into the stands. "93 meters into the stands. And the power surge starts with a maximum. Maxwell backs away. What is there, a bear snake? No, a cheeky fielder moving. Maxwell goes to 25 off 9 deliveries. And we know that Stoinis is more than capable of chiming in with the big hitting down the other end. Kerr in again. Full toss. Driven away through the gap for 4. Well, this is incredible. The Melbourne Stars certainly not playing like a team that's winless on the bottom of the table. And Glenn Maxwell's getting involved now. I'm starting to think that this is a really, really good batting strip. Could be a fun night. Full toss, perfectly placed. Jams the toes. And a dot ball, a much-needed dot ball. Will Main says this is the best they've played all season yet. This is the best anybody's played all season yet. Absolutely. Well, officially, statistically, the best power play of any other team, right? We know that. That's a fact. That is an absolute given. They confirmed that earlier in the broadcast. But this is easily the best performance now overall by any team, I'd venture to say. Arcade Angel, ahoy! How are you going? As Kerr just drifts onto the legs here, and it's turned away. Square of the wicket for just 1. Maxwell moves to 30 off 11. And Stoinis on strike. Now, this is where things will slow down, or Stoinis is going to start getting hold of these deliveries, because he is struggling at the moment. Just the 1 run off 5 balls. He doesn't need to turn strike over here for Maxwell. There's only 2 deliveries left, so he can just go nuts. What can he come up with, Kerr? Full toss on the legs. Just punched straight to the man at mid-on for no run. Well, did they run the single? I wouldn't have taken the single. They did take the single. Oh, well. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. How's everything traveling, Arcade Angel? Always nice to see you. Final ball here of this Kerr over. Full toss. And Glenn Maxwell misses out on it. And it's just a single to finish. Good-ish, says Arcade Angel. Only good-ish. All right. So is there anything we can do to go from good-ish to amazing? I know. I'll have a drink for you. We all know I'm just taking the piss. This is for me, and we all know it. Cheers. We all know that was for me. 3 for 129. The Stars. What a start it has been. 11.73. That run rate, not once this innings, I don't believe, has that run rate dropped below 10, which is just insane. Whoa. Okay. We have detected inactivity during your current live. Complete the verification to continue your current live. Okay, let me drag the puzzle piece over into its spot. Ben Dorshus back into the attack. None for 25 off his 2 overs so far. This has certainly not been the Ben Dorshus that we know and expect. Ben Ducket was largely responsible for that, though. Dorshus into Maxwell again. This time it's ball outside off stump. And Maxwell, swing and a miss. So Dorcius starts with 2 dots. A good start to the over. Just pulling this back a little bit. Which is quite funny, really, that 2-dot balls is considered pulling this back. Again, wide outside off. Maxwell chases it and just thumps it down to mid-off for 1. This is a good over, though, from Dorcius. Halfway through it, just the 1 run. Three for 130. Three deliveries left here in the surge. Wide. And the referee calls it. Umpire. The umpire calls it. And Dorcius will have to bowl that one again. Stoinis was more than happy to just watch that one through. We'll try that one again, Dorcius. Slower ball, half volley, but Stoinis was already through the shot. Well, he's just not seen it tonight, Marcus Stoinis. A slower ball, and he swings right through it. And this has been a very good over from Dorcius. 2 deliveries left, so he doesn't want to go to the cleaners here for the last 2. Ball and on-off stump. It'll just be the single. This is great bowling. This is more like it from Ben Dorcius. He was none for 25 off his opening 2 overs. He's now 1 delivery away from ending his 3rd, and he's none for 28. I mean, that just goes to show you how poor his opening 2 overs were, or perhaps in combination with how good Ben Ducket was. Let's not forget about that. Ben Ducket was producing something special tonight. Maxwell on strike. Dorcius gets the top edge. The keeper's racing back for it, but the man comes around from short third man. Daniel Vettori Jr. gets underneath it. Murphy takes the catch. And Glenn Maxwell, with the pressure of that over, he succumbs to it. And the Sixers finish that power surge, I would have to say, very successfully. 2 wickets to fall. The run rate is still right up there at 11 and over. But 8 overs to go. I mean, they could still theoretically... I don't want to be a Debbie Downer here on the Melbourne Stars, but theoretically, with only 6 wickets left in the dugout, they could get bowled out here. And if they get bowled out without completing their overs, this fantastic score suddenly starts to maybe not look so good, depending on how things go from here on in. That's a big wicket, though. Big wicket. And it was a good over. And Glenn Maxwell, the big show, back in the dugout. Show's over. Hilton Cartwright comes to the crease. The job is not done yet now. These wickets are just keeping the Sixers interested. Murphy into the bowling attack, a reverse sweep to start. Stoinis is not seeing him tonight. Marcus Stoinis has not got his eye in just yet. Blake, ahoy there, over on the YouTube chat. Waste World of Sports, of course, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Facebook. Bringing you all the Big Bash, all the NRL, all the Super Rugby, all the Rugby Internationals. Year after year. Four for 132. Wickets could still become an issue for the Stars. The foundation, though, it's still well and truly set. Stoinis and Cartwright, two batsmen out there, more than capable of carrying on with it. We used to do Twitch, Blake. We got banned on Twitch, so Twitch can go and suck a fat one. That's me putting it very nicely, by the way. I wouldn't go back to Twitch anymore, even if we ended up with millions of subscribers and they invited us back. I'd say, yeah, no thanks. As the outfielder slips, and this will go for 4. Well, the man in the outfield had it covered, and then he went arse over tit, and the ball rolls into the rope for 4. And Daniel Vettori Jr. can just hold his head in frustration. He can't believe it. And maybe that will just free it up now for Stoinis, who is still struggling to just see and time the ball here. Renegades on top says thoughts on Fraser McGurk. I mean, solid batsman. He's obviously not in top gear at the moment. Fraser McGurk. But yeah, top quality batsman. Pushed down to long off for a single for Stoinis to finish. Stephen Watts, ahoy mate, welcome along. I did not watch the test. Oh, sorry, Laura. Get the bollocks off you, huh? Yes, I do apologise, but yeah, Dan doesn't do test cricket. Hussain back into the attack. Stoinis uppishly played, but through the gap, they'll get 2 at least. Well, it races away for 4 is what it does. Well, it certainly wasn't out of the middle of the bat, but it's raced away to the fence. And Stoinis gets a boundary. This one's at the SCG. Down the ground, flat bats at Stoinis. Now he's got his eye in. Straight down the ground for 4. And that was his most authoritative and convincing shot of the innings so far. He moves to 18 or 16. Just stands and delivers straight back past the bowler, and Hussain, after getting absolutely tonked for 24 runs, 6 boundaries in a row off Ben Ducket, started with 2 back-to-back boundaries from Marcus Stoinis, and now finally, so that basically was 8 boundaries in a row the Stars have hit off Hussain. The 6 in a row that Ducket hit that took him out of the attack, they've brought him into the attack, and Stoinis started with 2. 8 4s in a row off this bowler before a single. Unbelievable. The next game is indeed in Perth, Stephen. Yes. The Perth Scorchers hosting the Brisbane Heat. For 149. That's all good, Jordan. I'm used to covering the rugby union, so The rugby union games are on at like 6 a.m. for me, so I think I should be able to handle. I should be able to finish at 10 or 11 o'clock finish for the cricket. Final ball here for Hussain. His third over. Gets a dot ball, and that's his first dot ball, I think, for about, well, I mean, at least 12 deliveries. Finally. Connor, ahoy there. You're going to the Scorchers game. Nice. Should be an absolute cracker of a contest. I'm so excited for it. The Scorchers, they're just a little bit vulnerable at the moment. I would be anticipating that they'll be too strong at home for the Heat. But it's certainly not a given. Who do I think will win this game? Oh, geez, the Stars have got themselves so well set here. This will be a hard score to chase down. Bowled him! Stoinis has been clean bowled well. He never looked comfortable, did he, Marcus Stoinis? He ended up with a couple of boundaries, but he never really looked comfortable tonight. Goes for 20 off 19. And he's been clean bowled by Daniel Vettori Jr. Five for 150. 6 overs remaining, or 5.9. Jeez. I mean, it seems unrealistic, but if the Sixers restrict this score, if they restrict this score to under 170, I mean, it'll take a monumental effort. I would say under 170 is advantage Sixers. As Tom Curran is the new man out. And essentially 2 fresh batsmen out there. Cartwright only facing the 2 deliveries so far. And he's just prodded this one outside of stump and it beats the bat. Well, Daniel Vettori Jr. has been bowling extremely well. 2 for 21. Oh, they took the power surge immediately. Renegades on top. As soon as the 10th over ended, they took the power surge. Which I thought was very smart. I thought that was smart play. Take it when Maxwell and Stoinis were out there. Murphy with 2 balls left, turned away on the leg side. Pushing for 2 here hard, but they'll only get the 1. Was pretty keen for a second there, but it was never on. Nicely placed into the outfield. They'll come back for a second. Five for 155. 15 overs gone. Five overs remain. Yeah, this is still a very good score. This is still a defendable score, a big score. So they should still be right. It'll be a rough chase. But the Sixers, it could have been so much worse. A lot more damage could have been done. Kerr back into the attack. None for 27 off 2 overs. So some of the bowlers here really, they've been taken to task. Curran on strike. Edges it past the keeper. A deflection will just be one. Interesting little position for the game here. So I was just quiet for a second there because they're doing an on-field interview with Enriques. Now the captain seems to think that if they can keep them under 190, it's chaseable. So there you go. That's interesting. But what's he going to say, honestly? He's going to say, the captain's not going to say on the mic to the commentator, 5 for 156, 15 overs gone. Yeah, we're screwed, mate. We got no chance here. I find that amazing. This run rate has not dipped below 10 at any point so far through this innings. Driven straight down the ground, and it races over the outfield for 4. Hilton Cartwright gets to the pitch of that and just clubs it down. Nice straight bat. That was beautiful to watch. 5 for 160. You tipped the Stars, Michelle. My God. You are insane. If only you could carry your random predictions into the NRL season, right? What made you pick the Stars? I mean, that is just insanity. And I'm here for it, by the way. I'm so curious. Because it's just like Michelle trying to pick an upset in the NRL. You'd have as much success just throwing darts at a board. But here in the BBL, she just seems to go, yep, flying away on top of the table at the moment. CJ Dunn, ahoy, mate. CJ Dunn says, Merry holidays to you and your fam, mate. Cheers for the legendary commentary in the footy this year. And very much looking forward to the commentary of 2025. Thank you very much, CJ. Five for 166, the end of the 16th over. Can the Sixers keep it below that 190 that Moses Enriques said would be their target from here on in? We'll find out. Down the ground for a single to start here of Hassan. 1 for 40 he's gone for. He's certainly been taken to every single area of the ground tonight. Gives Cartwright way too much room here, and he just guides it down to the fine leg boundary for 4. Currently, I'm on Channel 7. That was a poor delivery. It was dispatched as such. 7 mate, sorry. It'll be switching over to Channel 7 soon. At the moment, we're on 7 mate. Because for some reason they like to do that. Hussein. It's been a tough night at the office for him. Curran backs away, gives himself room. Tries to pick the gap out there. In between mid-wicket. They push for a second, and that's well run. 5 for 172. We've seen that scores of around 150, 160. It's been game on. Have the Stars given themselves more than enough here? Curran's 11 off 8. Cartwright 13 off 9. The ramp shot over the top of the keeper. Didn't get hold of it. And it will just be the single. A high-risk shot for very little reward there. Oh, I'm so looking forward to seeing if the Aussie selectors persist with Constas, because you know, and this is absolutely, this is not meant to be any disrespect to the kid at all. But I mean, common sense dictates, you know, he is going to rack up quite a few ducks batting the way that he bats in Test cricket. It's just going to happen. Like, the kid's obviously got no fear. He'll just go out there and he'll play his shots and, like, yes, okay, he got 50 or 60 today, whatever it was that he got, but playing such a high-risk style of cricket, he is going to go on a run of ducks and low scores. It'll be interesting to see if the selectors persist with him. Five for 177 here at the Sydney Cricket Ground. 3 overs remain. The Sixers won the bat flip, elected to field first, and the Melbourne Stars have put on an absolute clinic. The run rate has constantly been above 10. And they go to Ben Dorshus to bowl the 18th over. Top edge. Will it beat the infield? It does. The man racing in from the outfield can't make the catch. He's dropped him. It was a tough effort. But it goes to ground. Ollie is the best. Your friend Eli says ahoy. Ahoy, Eli. And welcome along. Enjoying the party, I hope. The party that was very nicely thrown by Reed. Edged and gone. Well, that's a little easier for the keeper. Straight to the man with the gloves, and Dorcius gets the breakthrough. 6 for 178, and Hilton Cartwright. Your friend Jacayla says, nice to meet you. Hang on. You try to trick me here. Dorcius with the breakthrough. But still, even with the breakthroughs, so many runs for the Melbourne Stars. They've set themselves a very, very handy score here. Who's a cheeky monkey out of Jacayla, Ella, or Eli? Oh, well, I mean, Jacayla saying nice to meet you when I have done shout-outs to Jacayla multiple times in the past. I mean, that's the cheekiest of the cheeky, right? Dorcius, this time slower ball, outside off stump, driven away. No, oh, did they push the single there? I think they did. Well run in the end. 6 for 179. And it gets Tom Curran back on strike for the final 3 balls here of this over. Dorcius. Oh, play it away, but it's up in the air, and it's going to land safe. They'll come back for a second. Curran gets away with that one. Will Main says, you reckon we can still win with these runs? This is a huge score. Oh, this is a massive total. I don't believe Moses Enriquez when he said we'd be hoping to keep them under 190, thus setting his par score at around 190. I don't believe it, as this is a wide from Dorcius, and it's called as such. I think they've got more than enough. I reckon the Stars probably win this by 20 or so runs. But we'll see. We will see. The Sixers have got a more than capable batting lineup, right? So you don't want to write them off, but I think they've already got 15 or 60. 15. 15. Did I say 60? I didn't mean 60. I think they've got 15 to 20 runs enough already. As this under edge through to the keeper, no run. 6 for 182 at the end of the 18th, and they've still got 2 overs to go. 4 wickets in the shed. $195 would be good, says Will Main. It was all the power surge, the power play. Well, the power surge was a little bit even, wasn't it? But the power play, they took maximum. Oh, here we go. This is going to be a huge over. A monumental over, this one. 6 for 182. Jackson Bird back into the attack. He's 1 for 27 off his 2 overs so far. Yes, he made the breakthrough, but 27 runs off 2 overs. This is not what you expect from Jackson Bird. He's been awful tonight. This could be massive. They could end up over 200 still. unless Jackson Bird has improved. Merlo on strike, tries to put him off by marching down the pitch. Punches it to mid-off for a single. So yeah, if Curran has a crack here at Bird, and Bird tosses up some of those half volleys that he did in his opening 2 overs, they could still get 200 here. Needless to say, that would be massive. This could be the over. This could be it. Does this turn into an exceptional innings or just a very good one for the Stars? Curran against Bird, goes for him. It's straight up in the air. Has it got enough distance on it? No, it doesn't. The catch is claimed by Jordan Silk at deep mid-wicket. And Curran falls for 15 or 13. The 7th wicket goes down. Could that be a moment? This is still a highly competitive score. Oh, look who it is. Ahoy there, mate. Yes. Now, the most important question is, do I remember how to pronounce your name? Oh. I know that I was very, very close the first time. Aguero. Did I get it, or was I close again? I can't. I'm sorry. Honestly, I'm not saying it with an accent to take the piss. It just, that's how it naturally rolls out. It naturally rolls off the tongue like that. I'm honestly not doing it to be offensive in any way. It's just so easy to roll off the tongue that way. Jackson Bird gets this one skied high from Osama. And the catch has taken. Another wicket falls. Eight for 185, and the run rate for the very first time in the innings drops below 10. The first time that it's dropped below 10. 8 for 185. They've recovered well here, the Sixers, but still, importantly for the Stars, big score on the board. It'll be a hard chase. Doug Warren. Dougie the pizza boy. Out to the crease. 2 wickets in this over. It's been Jackson Bird's best over so far. Needless to say. And this game, I think, very delicately poised at the moment. You would think that 186 is more than enough. Is more than enough for the Stars to be defendable, but they're 2 overs behind the Sixers. Well, that could be crucial. The Sydney Sixers are 2 overs behind their bowling rate. Well, that could be massive in of itself. Pulled away for 1. Oh, he's picked out the gap. It's gone for 4. They get to 190. Well, there we go. Let's have a chat with Moses Enriquez and find out. He wanted to keep them under 190. There's an over to go. 200 is still on the cards here. But I tell you what, if a team has got the batting lineup to pull off a 200-plus run chase, the Sydney Sixers. David D. Haas, thank you very much for the follow. So here we go, the final over. Will Main, if the bowling team does not meet their over rate requirements, it means in the final over, they have to bring another fielder up into the circle. So it's almost like, if you're slow in your bowling rate, it basically makes it like a partial surge for the batting team. There's going to be a gift gap out there somewhere that they can take advantage of here. Kerr to bowl the final over. A single to start. Merlot on strike. Feel like a wine now. Turned away to the leg side for another single. Four deliveries left. Backing away from the stumps. Warren gives himself room. Can't beat the infield. Just to one. Eight for 193. The run rate has dropped below 10. It was never looking like dropping below 10 at any point. It finally did. Three balls left. That's wide outside of stump. Will it be called? Well, it's not. Merlot had a swing at it. I can't help but think that if he just stood back and let that one go through, that it might have been called a wide. Two deliveries left. Can they bring up the 200 and cap off an amazing batting performance? Well, not with singles. And a single's all they've got here. One ball left. They need a 6 to get to the 200. And I tell you what, 200 at one point looked like it might have been a low score. Going the ramp, and he's bowled him on the last ball. Well, that's what you get when you do stupid stuff like that. You get clean bowled. And we just got a nice little glimpse into the future of Constas' test career with that delivery. Well, this is a very delicately poised game because 194 is still a massive, massive total. But it looked like they were going to cruise to around 220, 230. The Sixers managed to pull them back, but they only pulled them back to 194, which is still a monumental effort of a run chase that's going to be needed here. Consistent wickets throughout that innings is probably what helped to slow them down a little bit. Their best period, really, the Stars, that is, best period was from over 2 through to over 7. But outside of that, consistent wickets fell. Nine for 194. So, yes, what a huge effort it will take with this run chase. Let's see. What are the odds saying? The odds were hugely in favor of the Stars. I would say that they still are, but maybe not by as massively as it was at one point. Yes, and this backs it up. So remember, at about the 10 over mark, around about the 10 over mark, the Sydney Sixers had blown out to $3.55. Right? The Sixers have pulled back in now to $2.75. The Stars are obviously still the favourites at $1.44, but they've bowled well, really. All things considering, the Sixers have bowled well there at the back end, and they've just pulled that down a bit. Like I said, they blew out to 355. So to have pulled it down to 275 is good. The Scorchers Heat game coming up. The Scorchers are the favourites, 175, as you would expect. The Brisbane Heat, $2.08. I am banking on a Brisbane Heat upset tonight. I've got to go for my team. I feel like the Scorchers are vulnerable. The Scorchers losing to the Renegades the other night. I feel like they're not necessarily far and away the favourites that we would be expecting. They're a little bit vulnerable at the moment, and I feel like the Brisbane Heat, they could take advantage of that, especially if the Heat are going to go back-to-back. Then they'll need a scalp like the Scorchers to go with it. Tobias Dudding, what's wrong with Edwards? Who's Edwards? Which Edwards? Who? Jack Edwards. Oh, Jack Edwards for the Sixers. Sorry. My apologies, Tobias, but yeah, covering primarily covering the rugby of both codes. Even though we're obviously covering the cricket at the moment, I do get a lot of questions unrelated to the cricket from people wanting to talk about the upcoming NRL season. So sometimes when a chat comes through, I need a little bit more. I need to ask a question myself so that I know that I'm answering correctly. I didn't see that, to be honest. Jack Edwards went off in that last over, apparently. Let's see if we can hunt something down very, very quickly here and find out what went on there. Well, I can tell you it's going to take a record chase at the SCG for the Sixers to win. Ben Ducket got them off to a fantastic start. He really did. All right, let's see. Can we find out what happened to Edwards? No updates here about him, it seems, at the moment. Oh, he did. Okay, this is interesting. This is interesting. All right, so Edwards made the catch. 18.4 overs in. Edwards took the catch off Jackson Bird's bowling, which put Osama Mir back into the dugout. I wonder... So that was the catch at deep mid-wicket. I don't recall that being a really out-of-the-ordinary, extravagant catch or anything, but I just wonder if he maybe tweaked something when he took that catch. Did he get a bent finger or tweak a hip or a knee? Or because that's interesting. The Tobias has said that he went off in the last over, and 18.4 overs, he's taken the catch in the outfield. Yeah, I wonder if he tweaked something. Well, we'll keep an eye on that. Nothing has sort of popped up immediately. So we'll keep an eye on that and see if something pops up. Innings break here. What a score for the Stars. It's going to require the biggest run chase at the SCG. I'll tell you what, though. I'll make a bold prediction. Well, it's not really a prediction. It's a statement. A bold statement that if there's a batting lineup capable of manufacturing this run chase, I would go out on a limb and say it would be this Sydney Sixers lineup. But we'll see. What can they come up with? Can they get the job done? We'll find out. I'll have a quick break here in between innings, and we'll be right back for the run chase momentarily here on the Wasted World of Sports. Thanks for being with us on YouTube, on TikTok. Be right back after this one. Sydney Sixers run chase, and then, of course, after that, the Scorchers take on the Heat. Big night of cricket. Wasted World of Sports, welcome back. Run chase will be the biggest in BBL history at this ground if the Sixers are to pull off a win. Scorchers versus the Heat coming up after this as well. As always, I'll be keeping an eye on the odds. A couple of big overs, I reckon. See, the odds are always a good trading opportunity if anybody's into sports trading as opposed to sports betting. T20 cricket is great for that. Well, one-day cricket as well, but not as much. Just the fluctuations in the T20 market are unreal. Melbourne Stars will not win. It is going to take a record chase, but I was saying this right before I hopped off for the innings break. I did say, if there's a team more than capable of a big run chase like this, a record-breaking run chase, it certainly is the Sydney Sixers. 195 runs to win. I think it was pretty crucial to have pulled the run rate down under the 10 and over. They did it very, very late in the innings, but I think it was critical that they did. Just pull that run rate under 10 and over, and it's just, it's psychological if nothing else, right? It is still going to take a monstrous effort, a monster of a run chase, but it's just a psychological keep it, to keep it under the 10 and over. $88 MT. No, I didn't do any bets, any straight bets on this one. I'm always doing trading. I've got constant trades running in the background during, whether it be the T20, whether it be the NRL streams, whether it be the rugby union streams. Constantly trading away in the background. But no straight bets tonight. No multis. I had a pretty big Christmas day with the family. Got myself into a nice little food coma and pretty much slept the entirety of today. Up until right before I had to go live here for the Big Bash. So I had no time to throw something on. You guys are just lucky I had time to throw clothes on. I'll tell you what my favorite odds are for 2025. My favorite odds are the West Tigers to make the 8. NRL 2025. My smoky for BBL 14 are the Melbourne Renegades. I think the Melbourne Renegades are looking very, very all-round solid. And they're my cheeky little smoky to actually win BBL 14. The Melbourne Storm are pretty much. I've got the Melbourne Storm 99.9% locked in to win the premiership 2025, and most likely in a rematch against the Panthers. The Springboks to win the 2025 Rugby Championship. And I'm going to say, I'm not willing to make this an actual prediction, but I am going to say I'll keep an eye on the early odds for the Bledisloe Cup in 2025. Because I'm just going to throw this out there, that the Wallabies are a red-hot chance for Bledisloe Cup 2025. I'm not willing to say just yet that they're capable to win it. But I think that we'll find out that come Rugby Championship time, come Bledisloe Cup time, they'll be pretty well positioned to really make a series of it. This might be the closest, most competitive Bledisloe Cup in a very, very long time next year. Michelle says, solid prediction. Even Broncos fans will boo Mam when he takes the field again. Yes, I've had this conversation with the old Panther as well. I think it will wear off in a few weeks' time, but certainly those opening rounds are going to be very interesting when Ezra Mam takes the field after his 9-week suspension. Unbelievable, right? Spencer Leniu gets 8 weeks for calling somebody a name. Ezra Mam potentially kills 3 people in a car accident and gets 9 weeks. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Anyway, the run chase is underway. We have got much more interesting things to talk about now than Ezra Mam and Glenn Maxwell to open the bowling. Well, here's a bold call and a half, right? Is this or is this not a massive call? Maxwell to open the bowling. This will either be a masterstroke or it will be the ultimate turning point of the game. Vince goes after him, takes him over the top of the leg side, puts it into the gap for 4. Vince takes him on. What an interesting call this is to open the bowling with Maxwell. I've got to say, I mean, I'll plead ignorance that if it's happened before. But what a huge call this is. Racing back to his mark here, Maxwell. They don't want to suffer the same fate as the Sixers with the overrate. No run, can't beat the field. So, apart from that one sort of loose delivery, it got absolutely dealt with. 5 off the first over, not a terrible start. So, just stealing over from Maxwell whilst the batsmen are getting their eye in. 6 from the over. I can't believe we're actually seeing this again on replay. Oh God, we've got to switch over. Could Channel 7 please just put the bloody cricket on one channel and keep it there? You own multiple channels. Just use them. Going back and forth. Switching in between this one and that one, and bloody Peter Siddle into the bowling attack. Pushed to the offside for 1. $188 off 113. That is the requirement here. Big run chase. The long and short of it, basically, is this will be a monumental effort. Josh Phillippe on strike, drifting onto the legs there, Siddle, and that's just a gift. Thank you very much, says Phillippe. 4 runs. Poor bowling from Siddle. The fielders didn't even move. That is how solid that hit was. Siddle just puts his hands on his head. None for 11. Better bowling there from Siddle. Straightens it up a bit. Push to mid-on for no run. 5 off the over so far. Interesting there from Maxwell, who's on the player mic, saying that the key here is to vary the pace, and that might be a little insight into why they opened with Maxwell to begin with. That's all about varying the pace. None for 11, 1.4. It'll be interesting to see how they structure this run chase, the Sixers. Philippi on strike, goes the ramp, and he cops it in the face. Siddle follows him. Philippi steps across the stumps, ducks down to try and ramp it over the keeper, and he misses it, and it's into the helmet. 3 dots in a row. A fabulous recovery from Siddle after that really poor ball drifting onto the legs. He's tightened it up nicely. A bloody ramp shot, hey? Oh, we've got concussion protocols. He's fine. It was a slower ball as well. It was out the back of the hand of Siddle. So he'll be fine, but of course, this is the protocols now, as Ollie is the best, says Keelan is an old fart. Hey, there's nothing wrong with being an old fart. And Josh Philippi there, doing his best to get himself out. Final ball here for Peter Siddle's over. And he's pulled away by Philippi for 4. What a finish. He took offense to being hit in the grill. And over it goes for 4. None for 15 to start this run chase. Two overs gone, so obviously they're not on target with the runs required, the run rate. But just getting their eye in here, these two. Stoinis into the bowling attack. Brostar. The Scorchers and Heat are playing next. Stoinis. Vince just has a little dab at this outside of stump and it beats the edge. Well bowled. Scorchers Heat coming up. Should be a massive game. I think the Scorchers... Look, the Scorchers should win, but I feel like the Scorchers are a little vulnerable at the moment, and the Heat are riding a wave of momentum. None for 16. 2.2 overs gone. $178 needed off 105. A big chase. Stoinis. Another slower delivery, so it seems to be taking the pace off the ball. Is making it very, very difficult for the batsman. Stoinis starts with a dot, a wide, a dot, one, and another dot. None for two off his four. This is good bowling. Turned off the hip for one. Philippi goes to 10. And it's done for 18. 2.5 overs gone. The Melbourne Stars certainly took more advantage of the power play overs. Swing and a miss from Vince. Outside off. Stoinis. None for three. What an over. He struggled with the bat, did Stoinis. Never quite got his eye in. He started very well here with the ball. So, let's keep an eye on what's happening with the odds here. Blown back out to $3 here, the Sixers. And the Stars have dropped down to 138. These opening overs was certainly going to be interesting. Curran into the bowling attack. They have to go for it here, the Sixers. Philippi launches over the top of cover. They'll come back for two, maybe push for three. It just didn't have the pace over the outfield. They'll have to settle for the three there. So over 10 runs and over needed. The current run rate just hovering around 6 or 7. A lot of work to do here. Yeah, that required run rate. 10.34 and over. Just starting to drift out. Down the pitch and a big swing and a miss. Vince decided to go for it. Didn't even come close to getting hold of it. Right into the slot. A half volley pulled away by Vince for 6. Over the mid-wicket boundary. A much-needed one there for the Sixers. That was right there, a half volley. Right in the arc, 87 metres back. They need a few more of those. Both batsmen on 13. Curran in again. Slower ball this time. A little bit of movement off the seam, away from the batsman. Dot ball. Vince gets another boundary straight down the ground. Certainly didn't commit to the shot fully or make full contact with it, but it's enough to get it to the fence. And this is a better over for the Sixers. 13 from it so far. One delivery to come. None for 31, 3.5 overs. The Sixers starting to get a move along now. Final ball here of the over. Final ball of the power play. Fallen on the stumps. Driven away for 4. Through the offside. In between point and cover for 4. What a shot. What a finish to that over. What a finish to the power play. None for 35. And the Sixers, the foundation is set. Well, it's a long way to go in this game, of course, but it's what we were talking about, right? We were saying if any team has the batting lineup capable of chewing off this run chase, the Sydney Sixers, they bat deep, they bat solid, and they might be just off the pace with the required rate at the moment. But it's a good start nonetheless. None for 35 off the first 4. 10 runs required. 10 run rate. 10 runs and over required is the run rate. And they're just under that at the moment. Stoinis drifts onto the legs. He'll get away with it. Just the 1 run. As they've got protection back down there at fine leg. None for 36. Welcome back. Renegades on top. Pulled away, just the 1. Pulled away for 4. Philippi gets big contact on this. Stoinis drops it in a little shorter. Deep square leg and fine leg have no chance. The gap has been picked out perfectly. Here they come, the Sydney Sixers. Josh Philippi. None for 41. Stoinis on the legs again, turned away. Just 1. Hilton Cartwright glides across the outfield. No thought of a 2 there. 7 from the over. The required run rate has dropped under 10 and over. Good start here for the Sixers, and now a short ball goes over the top of the keeper, and it's away for 4 byes. Marcus Stoinis is not having his greatest of nights. Sizzy struggled with the bat, never really got his eye in, and this could even be called a wide. It's a mile over the batsman's head. He'll be lucky to get away with just 4 byes here. It could be called a wide, and it is called a wide. 4 wides. And this momentum is just starting to fall the way of the Sixers. Inside edge, no run. Back to the keeper. The Sydney Sixers, they've started this well. None for 47, chasing. 9 for 194. The required run rate, 9.76. The current is 9.72 as Vince just dabs this to the offside for a single. Well, there's already plenty of runs off that over, so just push the single. We could be in for a fantastic finish here, and of course, coming up after this, the Scorchers take on the Brisbane Heat, and that should be another great game, that one. Double header as BBL 14 continues here this Boxing Day. Usama into the bowling attack. Vince on strike. Returning to spin. And a swing and a miss outside off from Vince to start. Back to the spin bowlers. Taking the pace off the ball. Force the batsman into the big hits, and Vince gets down on one knee, goes for it, picks out the gap, just square of the wicket. Diving in the outfield, the man from long leg racing around, but can't cut it off. And it's another boundary here for the Sixers. A couple of quick wickets, and this all turns on its head once again. But they are on here, the Sixers. They're very, very keen on this. Vince goes again, the same spot. One bounce, picks out the fielder, who tosses it up to his teammate, and they hold it to one. Well fielded. Great fielding in the outfield, and look at these odds now. Drift back. The Sydney Sixers at one point had blown out to $3.50, and the Melbourne Stars had come right down to like $1.30 or thereabouts. The Sydney Sixers are now $2 flat. And the Stars are $1.80. This game is just coming together nicely. Josh Philippe on strike now. Usama. And again, he turns back, pulls it. Does he pick out the gap? Well, it doesn't matter because he's put it over the fence for 6. Josh Philippe. Well, both batsmen now for the Sixers seeing it like beach balls. And they are going on an absolute tear, 84 metres back. Pulled over to the leg side for a big 6. And again, down on one knee, sweeps it. Philippe finds the boundary for 4. Well, this is insane. They are making light work of this at the moment, these opening batsmen. Josh Philippe and James Vince are having a day out. None for 63. Cut away through the gap now. Just the one. There is protection out there. 16 runs off the over. And the Sydney Sixers move to none for 64. The required run rate now well under 10. Dropping down to 9.25. Well, that's not really well under 10, is it? But in the context of cricket, right? The difference between 9.25 and 10 flat is night and day. They've got off to a great start either way. This is an incredible run chase in the making. The odds now, I'm sure, are drifting even closer. Immortal Wolf for Ahoy, mate. And I can tell you now that with the bookmakers, the Sydney Sixers have become favourites. Talk about the seesawing, the seesawing, just the way that it all goes with T20 cricket. The Sydney Sixers are now $1.65 favourites, and the Melbourne Stars are blown out to $2.20 on the back of this start. Don't you worry, though, Melbourne Stars supporters, a wicket or two will change that very quickly as Dougie the Pizza Boy is into the bowling attack. And he starts with a single. Turned off the legs again by Vince. Out to long leg for just another single. Singles are fine. They can give away a single every ball and still win this game. Ones are fine. It's the boundaries they need to dry up. Off the legs, Philippi again. Out to square leg for one. How are you doing, Immortal Wolf? Anyways, mate, excited for next year's NRL season. Vince backs away, cuts it over the top of the infield, away to the point boundary for 4. Well, the Sixers are well on top here. Maybe not well on top, as I said, just 1 or 2 quick wickets. But they've certainly laid the foundation. They've got themselves in a very good place here. Dougie the Pizza Boy in again, cut away, beats the man, but he's managed to get enough on it to put it down for 1 or 2. They stay with 1. Stoinis it was there. Fielding at cover. Pats the ball down just enough to save another boundary. 8 from this over so far. If these two can just push on. Turned away to fine leg, just the one. If these two can push on and retain their wicket and get that run rate down to around about 7 or 8, I reckon, and over, the Sixers will be looking very, very comfy indeed. Curran into the volley attack. His first ball's a half volley that's been pulled away into the stands. That's gone about 110 metres. Josh Philippi sends it packing. It starts with a 6. Well, it's gone 86 metres, so I over-exaggerated there a little bit. It was a huge hit, though. A monster of a hit. Tom Curran just dropping it in. Wide outside off stump this time. Cut away. Will it beat the man out there? No. Well fielded at point. Philippi moves to 41 off 20 balls. They've come back for the second. 8 runs off the first 2 balls of this Curran over. Well, Will Main, it's hard sometimes, isn't it? Being like in the NRL, I'm a Sharks supporter, so I know all about just believing in it and supporting a team that just find more and more ways to cock things up. But it's not over yet, Will. A couple of wickets. We saw what happened when the Stars were batting. The Stars were cruising. Looked like they were going to get 250. And a couple of wickets just slowed things down a little bit. So you've got to back your bowlers here to still defend this. 113 off 75 is still a big chase, even though they have started well. Wide outside off stump, cut down for 1. The smallest of small considerations for taking 2 there. None for 83. 7.4 overs gone. Curran to Philippi. Philippi could be the key here. Vince is travelling along nicely, but Philippi swings from a long way outside off stump there. Try to turn it on the leg side. Misses it completely. The required run rate now, 9.04. Just down it comes. The Sixers, obviously, they want to get that under 9. They want to get it down around 7. Big hit here from Philippi. It's skied high in the air. Doesn't have enough distance on it. No, it doesn't. On the boundary, the catch is taken. And tell me that's not Ben Ducket. Well, I can't do that because it is Ben Ducket. What a catch, Ben Ducket. He was amazing with the bat, and now he has taken a ripper of a catch in the outfield. Running around from the square leg boundary. He has chewed off a lot of meters here. Well, he was more deep mid-wicket, in fairness, but still a good effort. A huge catch, centimeters inside the rope. And Josh Philippi back in the dugout, 42 runs off 23 balls. The danger man. Back in the dugout. That was an important wicket. And, well, when it's your day, right? And it is definitely Ben Duckett's day. What a catch on the rope. A quality a quality batting performance from him. And that wicket will be very interesting to see what it does to the odds as Moses Enriquez in now. Still slightly on top with the bookmakers here, the Sixers, at 165. But that wicket will definitely move it a little bit as Enriquez no stranger to situations like this. One for 84. 111 needed off 71 balls. Usama in again. Swing and a miss from Enriquez. Stumping opportunity. Did he lift his foot? I don't think he did. Enriquez doesn't seem to care too much. Wicketkeeper seems completely uninterested as well, to be perfectly honest. We've gone up to review it, but up to the third umpire to have a look at the stumping here, but yeah, Enriquez was unmoved. Nobody's really interested here. The wicketkeeper didn't care. Enriquez didn't care. The bowler doesn't care. I don't know why we're even looking at it. And it only took one replay to establish that that was a gigantic waste of time. One for 84. Pulled away from Enriquez. Does he get enough on it? One bouncing over the rope for 4. Just floating it up halfway down the pitch. Poor bowling, really. Way short of the length. Enriquez just steps back, gives himself some room. Pulls it away. Fuller delivery on off stump this time. Chopped away for 4. Out to the point boundary. Back-to-back boundaries. Poor bowling, really. We saw this from a few bowlers for a few of the Sixers bowlers as well. And now Usama just tossing up pies. And Enriquez having a field day, having a feast. Drifts onto the legs this time, pushed for one. They come back for two. No, they think better of it. They don't need to. 10 from the over, 1 ball to go. They've done what they've needed to do. The pressure turns back onto the bowling attack. 9.13, the required run rate. Final ball. Vince just turns it away for one. Well played. 1 for 94. 9 overs gone. The run chase is on here for the Sixers. This one is going to go down to the wire. And then, of course, don't forget that coming up immediately after this, we have got the Perth Scorchers versus the Brisbane Heat as BBL 14 continues. A big doubleheader of Big Bash cricket on Boxing Day. Vince is 37 off 27. Enriquez is 9 off 4, and Peter Siddle back into the bowling attack. I reckon the Sixers, Enriquez and Vince out there. Vince well and truly set. Enriquez more than capable. They pull the trigger immediately with the power surge, I reckon, after this 10th over. Siddle. Bullish delivery, outside off, picks out point, no run. Yeah, I reckon that they pull the power surge early, just like the Stars did. Stars called it straight away. Over number 10, pulled the trigger. I reckon that the Sixers do the same, especially if these two are out there. Siddle in again. Full ball right on the toes. Well bowled. Oh, Peter Siddle, the veteran. A Yorker perfectly placed on the toes. No run. Who should they put out there to bowl, says Will Main. I think Peter Siddle was a good choice. Peter Siddle, a very good choice. The veteran. Been there, done that, seen it all. A big over here of just 1 or 2 off it. Full toss on the legs. Just a single. What a huge momentum swing it would be. $100 runs needed off 63 balls. And just a leg by from it. Enriquez pushes it to the offside. No run. Well bowled by Siddle. This is becoming a key over. 4 balls gone. Just the 1 run. A leg by at that. It wasn't even runs off the bat. Peter Siddle bowling very well. 1.4 overs. None for 9. Siddle in again. Perfectly yorked right on the toes. And it's another dot ball. Well, this is the over of overs. All that would cap it off here for Peter Siddle is a wicket. The required run rate now just drifting out towards 10 again. The Sixers had that pulled all the way back to like 9.02 or something. And that's a wide down the leg side. He'll have to bowl that one again. Siddle. But they pulled it right back down, and now it's creeping out towards the 10 once more. Slower delivery, full on the legs, down to long on for just one. What an over from Peters. Whoops. What an over from Peter Siddle. 10 overs gone. Siddle's none for 11 off his 2. He could become the key here in the bowling attack. 9.64, the run rate required. The Sydney Sixers, 1 for 97, chasing down 9 for 194. They are on track. $98 runs, 60 deliveries left. But importantly for the Sixers, 9 wickets in the dugout. We saw in the Melbourne Stars innings, they ended up with a massive score, obviously. I don't need to really state the fact they got a massive score, 194, but they lost wickets consistently. It could have been so much more. Can you imagine what the Stars would have done in the back end of that innings with 2 set batsmen? They just never quite... They got to like a 9 out of 10, and those constant flow of wickets, they never quite got to the 10 out of 10. The Sixers, though, I think, mimicking the Stars innings and just going, let's keep it, let's keep the required run rate containable, but let's keep our wickets in hand as well. And just the 1 to 4 after the opening 10 overs, they've certainly done that. One for 97, halfway through the run chase. Still going to take a monster of an effort from here. Usama into the bowling attack. Well, they've put their faith in him. None for 27 off his 2 overs so far. Enriquez on strike. 98 needed off 60 balls, and they have put faith in Usama Mir here. They've said, we believe in you, sir. You can get the job done, despite having not done it your first 2 overs. Enriquez backs away, pushes for 1 to the leg side. Do they want 2? No. Settle for 1 to start. Vince on strike now. Down to the sidelines. Talking to the Sydney Sixers coach. He's pretty happy with how things are poised at the moment. Very confident that they'll give this a good shake. Well bowled that time from Osama. Floats it up. Right on the crease. Jams the toes. And no run for Vince. Pulls it back shorter this time, Osama, and it's just punched away to long off for 1. One for 99. Down the pitch goes Enriquez. Lifts him over the top of the infield and he's caught. That's a huge wicket. And look who it is. Oh, you wouldn't believe it, would you? Ben Ducket on the fence down there at extra cover. Takes the catch. And Moses Enriquez back in the dugout. And it's advantage Stars. Big time now. Watch those odds turn. Melbourne Stars now right on top. Enriquez took him on after a single, a dot ball, and another single, trying to get a move along. And he hauls out to that man, Ben Ducket. You wouldn't believe it. What a night out he is having. Jordan Silk comes to the crease. We know that he's a big hitter. 2 for 99 now, the Sixers. It's advantage Stars now, and I would expect that the odds replicate that after that wicket. I'm anticipating a big swing there, and we do get it. The Sixers out to $2.20. The Stars into 165. They've slowed up the runs, and they've taken the wicket as well. Silk turns it off the pads for one. And much improved over from Osama here. 1 for 30 of 2.5. Just the 3 runs and a wicket, importantly, off this over. Vince pushes to the offside through the gap for one. What an over that was from Osama. Hats off to him. I suppose you've got to say credit where credit is due. The fight back after such a poor start. He's done extremely well there. Turned his night around. Turned the Stars' night around too with that wicket. And the Stars now on top. 11 overs gone. Curran back into the attack. Vince on strike. Wide outside of stump. Cuts it away for 4. Too much width there. A half volley outside off and a gift. Picks the gap beautifully. Through cover and point. A good batsman's not going to miss out on those. Wide again, cut away. Picks out the fielder. At point, just the one. This game still very delicately poised, and don't forget we've got coming up immediately after it the Scorchers versus the Heat. Eight overs to go in this one. And then it's straight over. Scorchers Heat starting in 29 minutes. It might 29 minutes, 8 overs to go. Yeah, there might be a little bit of spillover. We might miss the first couple of overs of that next game. But we'll see. 2 for 107. Vince 44 off 35. Silk 2 from 2, just getting his iron. That's wide outside of stump, and it is called as such. 7 from this over so far. 3 balls to go. The run rate now has drifted out beyond 10. The Sixers, they did all the hard work early. The Stars just tightening things up now. Vince turns it away down the leg side for 1. Scorchers and the Heat coming up next. The Brisbane Heat, of course, reigning champions. The Scorchers are always in the conversation when talking about champions. 2 balls left. Curran, slower ball outside of stump. Silk has a chop at it and misses. Dot ball. 86 from 49 with 8 wickets left in the shed. It's not unattainable. This game is still in the balance. Well, I think I wouldn't. There's a surge to come as well, by the way. Power surge still to come for the Sixers. They probably just want to run. Oh, turned off the legs from Silk. A fuller ball. Does he find the gap? He does. Well, that's poor bowling from Tom Curran. And Jordan Silk takes full advantage. Gets it just wide enough of the man at long leg for 4. I think the Sixers are comfortable at the moment, to be honest. Just getting their ones, the odd boundary. Jordan Silk now needs to get his eye in. And then they'll pull the trigger on the power surge, I dare say. It'll be all about Jordan Silk. If the Stars can knock off Jordan Silk, it will just change the Sixers' mindset, I reckon. If they can pull off that wicket, it will just make the Sixers rethink. There'll be a fresh batsman out there, but I think they'll just give Silk an over or 2 to get his eye in as Vince backs away from this one. Dougie, the pizza boy, back into the attack. Not a bad over, his first one. None for 9. They've still got that power surge to play, the Sixers. That could become the key. If they've got wickets in hand, it will be critical for their run chase. Floats this one up, full on the stumps. Punched down to long off for just the 1. Vince back on strike. 46 off 37. Steps back, gives himself room, lifts it over the top of cover for 6 runs. Vince could be the key here. He brings up his 50. Vince is playing the Ducket role, and he could very well be the key here. The run chase could all revolve around him. 67 metres over cover for 6. Now, overcompensating and drifting onto the legs. Do they push for 2? They do come back, and that's a well-run 2. 10 from this over so far. The required run rate now back under the 10 and over needed. Wickets well and truly in hand. I feel like this game might have just swung again ever so slightly. And it has indeed. The Sydney Sixers are once again favourites. This is how quickly a T20 changes. I mean, watch. The Stars get a wicket here. They become favourites again. It's insane. T20 cricket is a sports trader's dream, the way that it fluctuates. The bookies have got the Sixers on top again. Swing and a miss outside off there from Jordan Silk. Struggling to get his eye in, much like we saw from Stoinis earlier. The big hitting Stoinis and the big hitting Silk just struggling with the pace and all that early in their innings. Be right back. And the power surge has been called. They're not waiting any longer. This makes sense. Vince is on strike. Vince will be aiming to take a majority of the strike here. And no surprise, the Stars have turned to Peter Siddle. None for 11 of his 2. This is a smart decision. Bring on the best bowler to take full advantage of the surge. And straight down the ground. Whack goes James Vince. Almost takes everybody's head off in the process. Siddle and the umpire. And he has just thumped it straight back down the ground for 4. Siddle ducks. The umpire ducks. And right into the boundary in front of the sight screen. Vince holds the keys to the city right now. 59 or 41. 67 needed or 41 balls. Siddle puts it in shorter this time. Slower ball. Can't beat the field this time. A dot, an important dot. You're a horrible liar, Maxwell. Glenn Maxwell saying, I'm pretty happy they called the surge here, to be honest. He's lying. Siddle falling on the toes. They come through for a quick single. Silk dives at the bowler's end. It was his call. Vince had no sight on the ball whatsoever. He was relying on his partner there. And they do come through for a single. Six from this over so far. Jordan Silk, we know that he is more than capable of making some heavy contact. He can send some of these balls into the stands. There'd be no worries about that. 5 from this over. Siddle into Silk, a full ball. Pulled away, just the single. Gets away with that one, Siddle. It was a loose ball. Two for 130, 13.4 overs gone, 65 needed off 38. The required run rate again, just drifting outside 10. Bouncer over the top of Vince, dot ball. Vince wants a wide. The batsman wants a wide called. He's shaking his head in disbelief. But Siddle throws in the bouncer, gets the dot ball. A crucial one. Six runs from this opening. 6 runs from this opening surge. They need a boundary here. Vince lifts it over mid-off before an important 4. Oh, I knocked this Coke bottle. I knocked this Coke bottle off. Scared the bollocks out of Alara there. A crucial boundary, that one. Some valuable runs in the power surge. That run rate has not at any point got out of hand. It's hovered around the 10 mark or just below. Wickets in hand could be the key as Maxwell. Well, Glenn Maxwell has been brought in to bowl out the power surge. This could be massive. Jordan Silk will go after him. It's going to be a 6 or an out off the first ball. Neither one of these two are going to die wondering. It'll be all or nothing. 6 or out. Maxwell to Silk. Oh, I'm excited for this. Maxwell in. Silk backs away. Lifts it over the top of the infield. Couple of bounces for 4. Well, he certainly went for the 6. There's no question about it. Why would you bring Maxwell in to bowl the last of the surge overs? This could be a massive turning point. I wouldn't have done it, is all I'm going to say. It's either going to prove to be a master stroke or be made foolish as Silk. Marcus Stoinis is the captain, isn't he? Hang on, let's look this up. I mean, Stoinis was the captain the other night, but Maxwell also wasn't playing the other night, so there could be that. Oh, I'm on the Scorchers versus the Heat. I'm on the Scorchers versus the Heat and wondering, why have they got Colin Munro listed as the captain? He doesn't even play for either of these teams. Top edge, over the top of the man at fine leg and racing away for 4. Well, this will just turn things at the moment ever so slightly in favour of the Sixers. It was an interesting call, to say the least, to bring Maxwell on. Backing away and giving himself room. Vince hoiks it into the stands. Well, I've got to say, when it comes to NRL and rugby, I'm right, probably. I mean, I want to say 90% of the time, but I also don't want to sound like I'm big noting myself. So let's say 80% of the time, I'm right. When it comes to the cricket, I'm right probably about 10% of the time. So on the rare occasion that I'm right, I would not have bowled Maxwell to end the power surge. It seemed ludicrous to me. And this at the moment is feeling like one of those 10% of the time that I'm right about something cricket. As Vince goes again, has he got enough on it? Yes, he does. It's another 6. And Maxwell's been taken to task here. This game has suddenly fallen well in the favour of the Sydney Sixers. Well and truly on top. They needed over 10 runs and over at the beginning of this over. And right now, they've pulled it down under 8. And they're well on top here with 8 wickets in hand. 1 ball to go. Vince gives himself room and has 4 more. Thank you very much. Why bowl Glenn? I thought it was weird. To bowl Glenn Maxwell. If Glenn Maxwell is the captain, then he needs to not be the captain next time. If Stoinis is the captain, he needs to reconsider his faith in Maxi. Glenn Maxwell with the bat, have faith in him until your dying day. Glenn Maxwell with the ball in a power surge, I thought it was a bold call. And this has swung the game entirely in favour of the Sydney Sixers. I mean, they may do this with overs to spare at this point. Unbelievable. Look at that worm just shoot up and join the green one. And I'm pretty sure the TV commentators just mimicked me again. 2 for 159. 5 overs remained. 36 off 30 is more than gettable. I mean, way more than gettable. Stoinis into the attack. Who's the captain? We still haven't found that out. Because they need an uppercut. A big time uppercut. Stars captain is Stoinis. There you go. Stoinis is the captain. I thought so. He probably should have backed himself. Stoinis. Throwing Maxwell in. I thought it was a bizarre call. No offense to Glenn Maxwell. I thought it was an odd call to give him the last of a power surge. Wide outside of stump, cut away. Can't beat the man out there at point. They come back for 2. Look at those legs pump from the runner. It's like he was stuck in quicksand there, coming back for the second. Vince goes to 86 or 50. The Sixers are 2 for 162. 33 of 28. I mean, this is so manageable from here. With an extremely set batsman like Vince and Silk, who is now just starting to get his iron. Stoinis. Well, they're going to review this, apparently. Stoinis and the keeper and the man down there at fine leg are the only 3 people on the field interested in this. They are going to review it, though. There were literally only 3 people interested in this appeal. But they could be the most 3 important people in the world right now if this turns out to be a wicket. A big wicket it would be because Vince on strike. I can't say that they look overly confident here. Stoinis in. It's a full ball. Vince swings and misses it, and it's going a mile down leg side. Going a long way down leg side. He's hit on the fall and on the back pad, but still. That's missing leg stump by about 2 inches, I would dare say. They had to go for it, though. Honestly, they had to go for it, the Stars. They really desperately do need a breakthrough right now, so any hint of a momentum shift, they had to do it. And this is a long way down leg side. Everyone's lost interest now. The batsmen have gone back to their marks, back to their creases. As soon as I thought Stars were going to win a game, some very upset Stars supporters in the chat rooms, as you would expect. They've thrown this away is the only way that I can describe it. With some really poor bowling and some really interesting captaincy decisions. Two for 162, 33 of 28. With 8 wickets in hand is the key. If the Sixers had lost a few more wickets, I would say it's still game on. The fact that they've still got 8 wickets left in the dugout is a huge advantage. Not out, review retained. Two for 162. Two for 163 now with the leg bye. The review was incorrect, but it was retained because of umpire's call. Jordan Silk on strike. 32 needed of 27. They're a couple of big hits away. And with 8 wickets in hand, you can go for those big hits, which is why the Sixers will be very short price favourites. Silk goes for it. Gets it off the toe of the bat. They come back for 2. That's extremely well run. I would say that the Sixers, what did they drop? The Sixers had dropped into $1.30, I think. I reckon they'll be down around at 115 at the moment. Oh, God. Even worse. The Sydney Sixers betting has now been suspended. You can't even put a bet on them to win now. And the Stars are $34 outsiders. They'll push for 2 here, do they? No, just the 1. 6 from the over so far. Yeah, so betting has been suspended on the Sixers. And the Stars are now paying $34, which 29 of 25. It's the 8 wickets, isn't it? The wickets is a big, big problem here for the Stars. I was going to say, I mean, at $34, it might be worth a flutter just for the hell of it. Just a cheeky little, a couple of wickets, you know. But yeah, a couple of wickets. They're still only 4 down. That's plenty of batsmen in the shed. As this has been turned away off the legs from Vince. A diving effort in the outfield saves the 4, but they come back. Well run. Extremely well run. Well, we're looking at why. Just, he's not out, mate. Just, he's gone up to the third umpire on this run out. Honestly, umpires have no balls anymore. Umpires are so scared of being wrong that they just have no balls anymore. I mean, that was clearly not out. And he sends it up. I miss the days when umpires had balls. Admittedly, they got the decision wrong a lot. I'm thinking guys like Steve Bucknor, for example. Steve Bucknor was probably one of the worst umpires ever. I mean, I know that Aussies would love him. Steve Bucknor was basically Australia's 12th man whenever he was umpiring a test. So I would understand if he gets a lot of love from Australia, but I just find that, yeah, the umpires are almost afraid to make a decision. Like, that was clearly not out. I reckon the old school umpires are watching these games on TV and just shaking their head like, that's not out. Why is he even sending this up? That didn't need looking at. They're just so afraid of making a crucial mistake now. It feels like they send everything up. 16 overs gone here, 26 needed off 23 balls. The Sydney Sixers have controlled this run chase to perfection. Throw into that some really poor bowling. And they are on the precipice right now of the biggest run chase at this ground. Short ball, Vince pulls it away into the gap for 4. They are cruising to victory here. Well, not only have they chased it down, the Sixers, they've made extremely light work of it. I said that the Stars probably had 15 or 20 runs enough. Well, maybe, just maybe, they've ended up with about 15 or 20 runs too little. This is incredible. Wide outside off, cut away, into the gap for 4. That's just really poor bowling. Really poor bowling. Disastrous bowling. It's a gift for the batsman. Vince is 97 off 55. Just pushes away for a single. Oh, they're coming back for 2. A run-out chance down the keeper's end. No, they're back for the second. Vince wants his century off this over. Goes to 99 or 56. James Vince has taken what Ben Ducket did and said, I'll have a piece of that and I'll raise you one, mate. Usama floats it up and it's turned down the leg side for 1. And that is a big century for James Vince. A century for Vince. 157 balls, and he has led the way here for the Sixers, who are so close now to a monumental run chase, a monumental victory. 2 for 180, 15 needed off 19 balls. How have the Stars lost this game? Silk on strike for Osama's last ball. Turned away to the leg side just for 1. Usama finishes 1 for 43 off his 4 overs. He's been awful. Absolutely awful. No two ways about it. But he's not been the only one. Don't get me wrong. He has not been the only one. It's been a poor bowling performance all around. 2 for 181, 14 runs needed off 18 balls. As the Scorchers and the Heat are warming up. Scorchers Heat, we're going straight into it after this one. Double header. Unbelievable. Absolutely incredible, really, this run chase. Amazing. Vince deserves his 100 after he got 98. A very well played innings from James Vince. Stoinis. Ball and on the legs, turned away for one. They'll come back for a second. Easy runs. $12 needed now, 17 balls left. Fossum. I agree. Fossum. Stoinis. Bullet delivery just outside off. Silk tries to lift this one over the leg side. No run. Jordan Silk has played a nice supporting role here. 20 or 15. He's just ticked it over at more than a run a ball. Given Vince the strike. Been more than happy to give Vince the strike. And Vince has taken the reins. Silk now backs away. Gets it just over the top of mid-off. There's at least 2 here. They may push for 3. They do push for 3. Oh, it's easy run in the end. Poor throw from the outfield. Not even close to being on line with the pitch there. 9 runs needed or 15 balls. This game swung so violently in favor of the Sixers, didn't it? The Stars looked like they were on top for the longest time. And away it swung. Stoinis, 5 from the over so far. A half volley. Chipped away, just the 1 run. You have a good night too, Ollie. Enjoy your party. Your party's getting thrown over there for you. Come to Australia and throw parties for me, right? Reed? Eight to win now. Still 14 balls left. Stoinis with a half volley, punished by Silk. 6. Shocking delivery. They're almost home now, the Sixers. Big yarn. Who do I think, Perth or the Heat? The Scorchers are vulnerable, but they're also always going to be extremely difficult to beat at home. I'm leaning towards the Scorchers, but the Brisbane Heat are my team, so I'm going to say the Brisbane Heat because I have to go for my team. But I wouldn't. Yeah, I think ultimately the Scorchers will win. But I'll be going for my team regardless. Stoinis, much better delivery this time. Full and on the legs. Turned away for one, and now the Sixers can't lose. The scores are tied. 18 overs gone. One run needed for victory. Wouldn't it be just maybe not fitting, but wouldn't it just sum up? Wouldn't it just sum up the night for the Stars here if this one run needed is off a wide? It'd just sum up their night, wouldn't it? One run needed, 12 balls remaining. The Sixers have somehow made extremely light work out of this run chase. Only 2 wickets down. And it's Dougie the pizza boy in. And there's the winning run. Silk backs away to the boundary for 4. Pulls it over the top of mid-wicket. And the Sydney Sixers have won. A record-breaking run chase. And maybe, just maybe, a little bit of a statement for the Sydney Sixers. The Melbourne Renegades are setting the scene at the moment, setting the tone, the pace, however you want to describe it. But the Sydney Sixers, with that record-breaking run chase, might have just said, hey, we're still here. And I'll tell you what, these two teams to follow coming up next to the Scorchers and the Heat, both sides are going to have a thing or two to say about this as well. They will both be very keen to make statements of their own. Heat, Scorchers. We are going straight on into it over there at Optus Stadium. But the Sydney Sixers have won this by 8 wickets. My God. 8 wickets is a huge victory considering the context of all of that. All right, Wasted World of Sports. I'm going to have a quick break. I then also need to set up all the screens on the scoreboards and everything because we are staying live and we are going straight into the Perth Scorchers versus the Brisbane Heat right after this. What an incredible run chase. Let's see what this next game can toss up. The Perth Scorchers. Harley's AFL talk. Stars suck. Not sure how you could have this good a team and be this bad. Genuine skill. Really poor bowling. It was. As the Scorchers will be batting first here. Big game. Scorchers versus the Heat. All right. Let's get ready. Double header. Straight from one game into the other one. Matthew Hurst on strike. Spencer Johnson back in. Jason Hayden says, what a win. What a run chase there for the Sydney Sixers. Spencer Johnson back into it here for the Heat. This is good news for the Brisbane Heat. One of our best bowlers back into the attack. Good to see him out there. I feel like the Perth Scorchers, they will be favourites at home, I would dare say. Favourites to win this game at home. Always tough to beat over there in Perth, but I do feel like they're a little vulnerable at the moment. And the Brisbane Heat are a red-hot chance here. 8 seconds away from the start of this one. I'm still not ready. I can't find all the things that I need here. Oh, there we go. I think I found it. As this one's about to get underway, Scorchers, a full delivery right on target immediately from Spencer Johnson. I mean, that's what he does, right? It is critical for the Brisbane Heat, Johnson being part of this lineup. Absolutely crucial. All right. Defunk, ahoy, mate. Welcome back again. As we just witnessed history with the Sixers run chase as this ball's wide outside of stump. A swing and a miss from Allen. And another dot ball here for Johnson. But a great start. Sorry, accidentally turned the YouTube stream off. Didn't mean to do that. Johnson. And again, nice in-swing back onto the pads and another dot ball. Beautiful bowling from Johnson. 3 balls, 3 dot balls. Just tossing it up nicely at the moment. Big Spencer Johnson. Delivery number 4. Again, full on off stump and a dot ball. This is a great start. He is pitching it up nicely. Tempting the batsman. And at the moment, the batsman with no answers. Struggling to get Johnson away at the moment. Sorry, the scoreboard on YouTube is catching up slowly but surely. Johnson again. Outside edge. Down to short third man for a wicket. That is a huge breakthrough. And Spencer Johnson, this is what he does. One of the best bowlers in the BBL. And Johnson has kept the batsman quiet. And now he picks up a wicket. What a start this is for the Heat. The Scorchers are 1 for none. And the defending champions off to a flyer. Finn Allen gone for a duck. Sorry, Jason. Jason Hayden needed Finn Allen for 10. Well, he's out for a ducky. And what a start here for the Brisbane Heat. We talked about... What the hell just happened there? We talked about the Scorchers being vulnerable. What a start here for the Brisbane Heat. Spencer Johnson back into the team. Bags himself a big wicket to start. And Cooper Connolly, who had been opening the batting, I'm not sure why he wasn't opening the batting again. Out he comes to the crease. I'm sure there's a reason for it. What a start for Spencer Johnson. What a start for the Heat. 1 for none. 0.5 overs gone for the Scorchers. Johnson needs to finish off this over with a dot. Edged. Oh, glanced down the leg side. Not really an edge, just a fine glance from Connolly. Picks out the keeper, and it is a dot ball to finish. A wicket maiden for Spencer Johnson. And the Scorchers, what a complete contrast of games, right? We saw the runs flowing like wine out of a bottle poured by me in the opening game. Very free-flowing. And now the first over here, a wicket and no run. Defunk over on YouTube says Finn Allen is the new Tim Latham of New Zealand cricket. Puts an L on his forehead. Xavier Bartlett now into the attack. Hurst on strike. Down the leg side for a wide. So. And the crowd erupts into applause as that one's called a wide down the leg side. You know who my favourite New Zealand cricket player, well, favourite batsman? Lou Vincent. Favourite bowler? Shane Bond. My favourite all-rounder? Jacob Oram. Bartlett corrects his line on this occasion. Dot ball. Much better delivery that second time out. So, 1 for 1 to start this one. The Scorchers. A long way to go. But a good start for the Heat. Bartlett, and again, drifts onto the legs again. He's just got to tighten up his line. They'll get a single. Thought about pushing for the 2, but it was never on. And who else? Who else can I think of from the old school names? Bartlett to the left-hander with a much better line and length. Cooper Connolly. Youngblood. Cooper Youngblood Connolly. Lets that one go. Dot ball. 3 balls left here in this second over. Bartlett, wide outside of stump, cut away into the gap for 4. Beautiful shot from Youngblood. Down to the point boundary for 4. And will that just break the shackles now for the home side? Much needed boundary. Mitchell Vela Sport, ahoy mate, my Christmas was good. Ate a lot of food. Like I'm a big guy, right? So it's hard to make me full. I was very full Christmas Day. Lots and lots and lots of food. Beats the bat. A good reply there from Bartlett. Very well bowled, and Youngblood just has a dab at this. And luckily for him, misses the edge. 1 for 6, 1.5 overs gone. And we're certainly seeing a contrast of games so far tonight. Six from the over, ends with a dot. 2 overs gone, 1 for 6. Renegades on top. What do you think the Scorchers will make? Jeez, it's a tough question this early into the innings. I mean, they would be targeting I reckon they'd be targeting 150, 160. Despite the start, I always say this, basically, Renegades on top. I always say this, probably to the point where long-time regulars to the streams are like, oh, God, he's on about this again. But I always say 140, you get yourself to 140. Even if you have a really poor start, get yourself to 140. You've at least got something to bowl at. It might not be a lot to bowl at, but at least it's something. So get yourself to 140 as a foundation, and then do what you will from that point on. So 140 would be the extreme low end. They would obviously be targeting somewhere around the 160, 170 mark. And Spencer Johnson starts right on target again. What a quality bowler he is. And this one bangs it in a little bit shorter outside of stump, and Hurst cuts at it, and it's a swing and a miss. Another dot ball. Mitchell Vela Sport in the Wasted Water Sports BBL tipping contest. I have gone with the Scorchers. The Perth Scorchers, always very, very difficult to beat at home. If this were at the Gabba, I probably would have lent towards the Heat. Being in Perth, I've lent towards the Scorchers. One for 6, though. It is an extremely slow start. Spencer Johnson, still, they haven't taken a run off his bowling. 1 over, 1.3 overs, 1 wicket, no runs from it. This has been a great start with the ball for Spencer Johnson. Yet to get a run off him, so it will probably happen this ball now that I mentioned it. And there it is, pulled away, and it's over the top of the infield like clockwork. And they come back for 2. They might push for a 3rd. And that's extremely well run. 3 runs, and that's the first against Spencer Johnson tonight. Unbelievable. Just like clockwork. I was just talking about it, so I knew that it would happen this ball. That was well whipped away there, pulled away. And they ran through very rapidly for the 3. I didn't watch it, Mitchell. I do apologise, and this is absolutely no disrespect to people that do like Test cricket. But Test cricket is just not for me. I can't do it. Big appeal here for LBW. Spencer Johnson is the only one interested in it. Was a little bit high on the back pad there. And no thought of reviewing this. He was the only one interested in the appeal. Ooh. Maybe down leg side as well. It was a lot closer than I initially thought, but yeah, pretty high. Pretty high on the knee roll there. Still, Johnson, last ball of his second over. A slash at this outside off stump, and it's a swing and a miss and another dot. Spencer Johnson, 2 overs, 1 wicket, and just the 3 runs from it. What a start for young Spencer Johnson and the Brisbane Heat. The Scorchers 1 for 9 after 3. After the game that we just saw, right, where the run rate was constantly above 10 runs and over, it's looking like really tough going out there for the batsmen. And very, very good for the bowlers. Cooper, Youngblood, Connolly on 4 from 7. Hurst, it is on strike, though, has a big hoik at this. Doesn't get hold of it. Down to third man. And they just come through for the single. One for 10, 3.1 gone. Great bowling from Spencer Johnson. So Xavier Bartlett, none for 7 off his one. Doesn't look. It doesn't look good, but it's not that bad either. As this one's pulled away, they come back for 2. Well run. I mean, none for 9 off 1.2 is not horrible, but it's being made to look really, really bad just on account of how well Spencer Johnson's bowling. Quality turnout, by the way. Can we just say that for this one? 3 decks. Optus Stadium is 3 decks high. And it's looking pretty full for a BBL game. I've got to be honest. Through for another single, 4 to start. Off this opening 3 deliveries. One for 13. Drifting onto the legs. Pulled away down the fine leg. Just the one. Do they push for 2? They think about it. They do. This is well run. Bullets between the wickets, these two. Connolly and Hurst. Should have restricted that to just the single. They've forced the second run. They've done it nicely. 1 for 15. Two balls left here for Bartlett. 2 balls left in the power play. It's uppishly played. Beats the man there. Out to extra cover. Just a single. So 7 from this over. But most importantly, no more wickets have fallen. And Spencer Johnson will be out of the attack. Geez, you'd have to think about bowling him, you would think, surely. He's keeping the, well. Whoa. Snap decision there. Snap decision to say that you think about bowling him as Connolly goes after this one. gets it through the infield. There'll be at least 2. And it looks like they're settling for 2 there to end the over. Yeah, now that I think about it, you want to keep Spencer Johnson for some overs at the death. But I was just thinking, like, 2 overs, he's gone for 3 runs and taken a wicket. Keep the foot on the throat, keep the pressure on, but it is only 1 wicket down. They could just cease. If you made your intent clear and you're going to bowl Spencer Johnson, again, with only 1 wicket down, the Scorchers could go into full-on defensive mode and just see Spencer Johnson out, knowing that they've got the surge in hand, knowing that they've got batting depth in the dugout. If you keep Spencer Johnson back, they lose that certainty when he comes back into the attack, right? And they have indeed turned to big Paul Walter. Paul Walter, the big man himself. Down the pitch goes Hurst. Pulls it away. Square of the wicket for 1. The run rate of 4.56. Look, it's not good. I'm not going to lie. But it's also not horrible as well. Like, considering, all things considering, I mean, no need to state the obvious here. They would want to have been going along a lot better than this. They being the Scorchers, but it's not terrible. They're recovering nicely here at the moment. Cooper, Youngblood, Connolly, 9 of 10. Hurst, 9 of 10. Walter into the attack. Spencer Johnson, outside edge away for 4, and a much-needed boundary. The outside edge through the vacant slip cordon for 4 runs. Lockie Wilkes, thoughts on Finn Allen? Well, hate to be harsh, but little bit of a waste of space at the moment. Turned away off the hip for 1. Down to fine leg. 6 from this over so far. Over on YouTube, Defunk left the comment that Finn Allen is the new Tim Latham of New Zealand cricket. Puts an L on his forehead. So, yeah, thoughts on Finn Allen across the board seem to be not very high at the moment. That's the thing at the moment, isn't it? Mitchell Vela Sport. Oh, sorry, Tom Latham. What did I say? Tim. Sorry. Mitchell Vela Sport says after the last game, thought that the Scorchers would have wanted to come out with all guns blazing. Well, they probably did want to, but you can't come out all guns blazing against them. I mean, those 2 overs from Spencer Johnson were 9 out of 10. You can't bat against bowling like that, basically. So they've done well, really, the Scorchers, to the way that Johnson bowled. Just see him off. Now they can start going after Paul Walter and the likes. A much better over this one. 8 from it. All right. I still think my all-time favourite New Zealand cricket players, Lou Vincent. I loved Lou Vincent, and I'll tell you why. Not only because he was good, but because he would always take it to the Aussies as well. The Australian cricket team, of course, are worldwide famous for their intimidatory, God, you know the word I'm trying to say? They're well known for trying to intimidate their opposition. Intimidatory practices. and sledging. I mean, outside of Australia, the Australian cricket team had the nickname Osledgia. Just so that you know. Aussies, you had a bad rap in the world of Australian cricket. That's why I find it so funny that there's all this jumping up and down and pissing and moaning about Virat Kohli. It's like, geez, if Virat Kohli played for Australia back in the 90s, early 2000s and did that, that would be nothing. I mean, that would just be stock standard for the day. But anyway, I digress. Lou Vincent was not afraid to give it back to the Aussies, so and he was good. Shane Bond, of course. Shane Bond was Australia's worst nightmare with the ball. What a bowler. Jacob Oram, one of the best all-rounders to have ever played the game, in my opinion. Oh, they had a good team back then. Wide here from Kuhnemann after a single. Anyway, I've started bashing the Australian cricket team and can't help but notice that right now, 0 views on TikTok. So maybe I shouldn't be so harsh on the Australian cricket team. I started bagging them out, and suddenly I went from like 10 viewers to none. So, oh, well, screw this guy then. He doesn't like the Australian cricket team. To hell with him. Three singles and a wide off this over from Kuhnemann. Oh, okay. Michelle's still there. It is literally on the screen right now, 0 viewers. So apparently TikTok says you're a nobody. How do you feel about that? That's funny, that is. Oh, yeah, look, Defunct. They were stacked. Look, they were so good that they had probably earned the right to be the disrespectful twats that they were. I mean, I'll be honest about that. They had earned the right to be that arrogant. But we didn't have to like it, though, did we? But yeah, I just find it funny now. It's just article after, and I know that media has changed as well. Mainstream media has changed in more recent years, and it's a lot more like clickbaity, and you've got to get outrage out of everything. So I understand that as well in context, but bloody hell, this whole Virat Kohli thing has blown up ridiculously. It's like, geez, I could show you if I had the time. I would go through and pick out. I could make an entire Netflix series out of Australia's indiscretions in world cricket. And you're worried about Virat Kohli brushing past a debutant, trying to put him off his game. When you had guys literally out there kicking Pakistanis up the arseholes. Literally kicking them. Can give it, but you can't take it, huh? One for 33 here. The Scorchers just starting their recovery. Swepson into the bowling attack. I do remember the underarm ball, Mitch Fella Sport, very well. Swepson launches this one up, an appeal from behind the wicket. Through for a single. Swepson tosses this one up. Just back down the pitch for no run. Stepping back and giving himself room here, young blood. Back for two, well run. Maybe so, Defunk, but I stand by the fact that the Australian cricket team and the Australian cricket media are the last people that can have anything to say about that. If you can give it, you should be able to take it. I give it all the time, and I'm more than capable and more than happy to take it as well. Hang on, out of context, that sounds horribly wrong. Nobody clip that and share it out of context, all right? Swepson starts with 4 from the over. A decent enough start there. 1 for 37 here, the Scorchers. The road to recovery here will be a long one, but they've got wickets in the shed. That's the key. Ah! Tournament back in for his second over. 7 from the first one. And he starts with a dot ball. Here, Alara, I saved it for you. Oh, Hurst steps back, gives himself some room, pulls it down towards the long on boundary, and it's 6. Banton with a fantastic effort on the boundary, but he can't keep it in the field of play. And it's a 6 here for the Scorchers. Fantastic effort, but couldn't keep it in. Tournament gone for 6. 1 for 45, and Connolly now. Cooper, Youngblood, Connolly, 21 of 20. Hurst, 20 of 20. Both batsmen are well and truly set now. I reckon they'll just see this through to the 10th over and maybe then call the power surge. Cut away from Hurst, can't beat the infield. Dot ball. 1 to go, 8 from the over so far. And a dot ball to finish there from Kuhneman. 2 overs, none for 15. And the Scorchers 1 for 46. So 5.87 runs and over. They're starting to just lift that up now and get themselves back to around something that you would expect. Up over 7 or so. 7 to 8 and over. And they'll be much happier now. The Heat won the bat flip and chose to field. So it's critical for them that they do keep a lid on the runs. Winning the bat flip, electing to field. And McSweeney into the bowling attack now. The Australian selectors' loss is the Brisbane Heat's gain. McSweeney Wide down the leg side to start. Not a good first delivery. And this one's a half volley right in the zone. And Cooper Youngblood Connolly gets every piece of that. And it's over the fence for 6. Well, McSweeney starts with a wide and then a 6. Not a good start at all. XJC, ahoy, mate. Happy holidays. Cutaway now picks out the fielder. No run. Can't get this one away through cover. Onto the legs. Turn away for 1. Wickets in hand is the key here for the Scorchers. Oh, it's been a fantastic Boxing Day, XJC. Lots of fun. Top edge here from Hurst. Has he got enough on it? What a catch on the... Oh, he's dropped it. Well, it would have been a great catch from Xavier Bartlett. But I can see Xavier Bartlett sprawled out on the ground and the ball at his feet behind him. He couldn't quite reel it in. Down to long on. What an... Oh, it's through the hands. Straight through the hands. Well, it should have been taken. Should have been taken. Straight through the hands. The Sydney Sixers won the game before this one, XJC, by 8 wickets. The biggest run chase at the SCG in BBL history to win the game. They chased down 194 runs with an over to spare and 8 wickets left in the shed. Smashed it. And Spencer Johnson has started well here, but I wouldn't say the Brisbane Heat have started well. As we're seeing, if we're just looking now to see if this was a 6 or a 4. And it's hit the turf and bounced into the rope. That would be a 4. The Perth crowd are screaming for a 6. I can't imagine why. But that's a pretty clear-cut 4. Bounces before the rope and into the padding. 4 runs. And the 4 is called. The crowd is booing for some reason. They obviously don't have eyes in Perth. Interesting to know. Down the pitch goes Hurst. Lifts it over the top of the infield. And a 1 bounce over the rope for 4. Back-to-back boundaries. And McSweeney has gone for 15 off the over. Now gets the top edge. Fielder racing in. Plants under it. And the catch is taken by big Paul Walter. And there's the breakthrough. But at what cost, right? At what cost? There were 15 runs from it. McSweeney gets the breakthrough, but he had to give up a lot to get that. Hurst off the top edge, and big Paul Walter moving forward. Plants himself under it, takes the catch. 2 for 62 now, the Scorchers. Hardy out to the crease. And Swepson back into the bowling attack. It's 2 for 62. Projected score at 8 and over is 150. I think they'll need more than that. Brisbane Heat, of course, more than capable side. I've tipped the Scorchers at home, but I go for the Brisbane Heat. So it's always an awkward scenario when you tip against a team you support because you're like, yay, my team is winning. But then, I'm losing a point in the tipping contest. Slower ball. Pulled away just short of the fielder out there. Almost another wicket. XJC, we have two of the same teams that we follow. Brisbane Heat and the Cronulla Sutherland Sharks. And the New South Wales Blues, right? The Blues. Oh, sadly, no. Okay, never mind then. Cut away for one. I'm very sorry to hear that, XJC. Oh, well, it's all right. Laurie Daly's coaching the Blues next year, so clean sweep incoming for the Queenslanders. Guaranteed. Settling for singles here against Swepson. 5 from the over so far. All ones. 1 ball to go. What do I mean? Very sorry. Oh, just that we had to end at 2 teams that we both support. We couldn't make it a third. We couldn't make it the trifecta. Six from that over from Swepson. 2 for 68. The Scorchers, 160, I reckon, would be massive total to chase. Liverpool in the Premier League, I don't watch it. Minnesota Timberwolves in the NBA, which I don't watch. And the Houston Texans in the NFL, which I don't watch. Have you got a Major League Baseball team? I love baseball. Baseball's the only American... Oh, the Dodgers! Oh. I mean, good team. Very good team. The Dodgers. Well, are you ready for a laugh, XJC? I go for the Tampa Bay Rays. Yeah. Yeah, never known what it's like to support a World Series winning team. Well, except for when I was in school, I used to go for the Toronto Blue Jays. And back then, they were good. Really good. But in the modern era, yeah. For some reason, I decided Tampa Bay Rays. I think I think because of Evan Longoria, who doesn't even play for them anymore. I find that the Rays are good at uncovering young talent, but then what happens is they uncover the young talent, and then the bigger clubs snap them up and say, hey, we'll give you way more money because there's no salary cap in Major League Baseball, right? So that's the good thing about the salary cap in the NRL. Well, I mean, when the NRL actually decides to apply it. They're not applying it this year with the Brisbane Broncos, but oh well. Turned away and just short of the man of fine leg. Mitchell Vella Sport. What is my favourite sport? Rugby union through and through. Cut away from young blood Connolly into the outfield for one. They might push for two. They settle for one. Well, I don't know. Here's how I will answer that, Mitch Vella Sport. My favourite sport to follow and watch, like let's say that I wasn't live streaming. The Waste of Water Sports never existed. My favourite sport to just watch and follow, rugby union, hands down. My favourite sport to live stream and commentate on is rugby league. Definitely makes for more exciting streams. Top edge carries to the fielder. It's been dropped. Another tough chance, but another dropped catch. Oh, just short of him. Just short of the fielder. Tough chance, but still, if he dived forward instead of sideways, he might have had a crack at it. Two for 73. 11 overs gone. Delicately poised here. It's all good, XJC. Just honestly, mate, just being in the chat room, getting involved, that helps. I mean, at the end of the day, it donation or not, channel member or not, just being in the stream is supporting the channel. It's going to be a lot more active in 2025, but the website, wastedsports.com.au, I'm going to be a lot more active in terms of posting on the website next year. So wastedsports.com.au, that will just be another avenue where ads run on the website. So just by being on the website means kickback to us. So there's plenty of ways to support a small YouTube channel without donations. Trust me. And just by being there and checking it out, coming to all the videos, it all helps. For those who are unable to do straight donations, it all helps. Everything that I just listed. And we appreciate all of you that are active in the community one way or the other. Thank you very much. Yeah, XJC, absolutely. 2025, the relaunch of my gaming channel, Intoxigamer. I'm sure that it's going to be a very, very... It'll be like starting all over again. Like I got over 8,000 subscribers on that channel before I stopped doing it. But I'm pretty sure that it's going to be very slow going to restart. It'll be almost like starting from zero again. So I should imagine that most of my moderator team who knows what they do anymore. They've probably found other streamers to go and hang out at. So, yes, I will certainly be on the hunt for moderators when I restart my gaming channel. Intoxi Gamer on YouTube. Paul Walter starts with 2 dots and a 2 singles and a dot for his second over. Now a slower ball on the legs. And they push for 2. That's extremely well run. Poor fielding there from the Heat. Really poor fielding. Oh, someone's getting married in the crowd. Don't do it, you fool. Don't do it. The end of your life, mate. Aaron, ahoy there, mate. XJC says, by the way, that Santa costume really fits you. I'm impressed that you even knew it was me, XJC. That's hilarious. I wear a Santa outfit. And it still can't even disguise me. That's hilarious. Pulled away here by Youngblood for 1. I'm not going to read that comment out loud, Michelle, but I will nod in acknowledgement and understanding. End of the over, 2 for 79, 12 gone. And it's hard to say, right? Like, oh, sorry, yeah, Michelle's over on TikTok. Oh, yeah, by the way, XJC, the cricket streams go off on TikTok. They're dead on the Waste of Water Sports YouTube channel, but they go off on TikTok for some reason. Michelle's got a theory about attention spans and TikTok audiences. But it is very interesting. Yeah, like it is very interesting. I mean, oh, sorry, somebody that I won't name is has got a theory that about TikTok audiences. Swing and a miss here from Hardy. 2 for 80, 12.1 gone. Swepson in for his third over. Just cut away for a single down to the boundary. And you've also got to remember too, XJC, as well, like it is, it's 20 past 9 now, Queensland time. 20 past 9 on a Thursday night. Like, I think a Thursday night footy stream would be over by now. Like, I know, it's not that late. XJC is like, it's not that late. So yeah, you're right, it's not that late, but I think it would be over by now, right? The footy. So considering that we built this channel around the footy, people are also just not used to this channel being live right now on a Thursday night. You know what I mean? They're not used to. I think a lot of people, probably 80% of the subscriber base probably went, oh, well, footy's over. We'll come back next year when the footy season starts. Not expecting Wasted World of Sports to be even covering anything else. I think that, because I never announced it, I never announced that I would be doing the Big Bash. I did it very randomly. I just decided, what am I going to do for 3 months? May as well do the Big Bash and see how it goes. And it's done really, really well on TikTok. So it's done enough to make me persist with it. But I think the YouTube audience is very much checked out, even if they are interested in the Big Bash and are just waiting for us to... That's it for the year. We'll be back for the footy because that's just what we do. And it's been the likes of yourself and D-Funk and Mitch Vela Sport there and, you know, various other people who have sort of swept through and checked it out anyway, just to see what it is. As the power surge is called, with Connolly and Hardy on strike. Pretty well what I predicted. And Xavier Bartlett, none for 15 off his first 2 overs so far. This could be the key here. Swing and a miss. Well, it's an appeal from Bartlett. He's the only one interested. The umpire shakes his head. I certainly didn't hear 2 noises. Contemplating a DRS review here. But wandering back to the mark. D-Funk loves his Big Bash. I'll tell you what, I'm going out on a limb and saying this start to BBL 14, because I enjoy the Big Bash, but I don't normally watch every game, as this is driven away from Hardy. Leg drive over the fence for 6. Plants his feet. An on drive. And a good start to the power surge here for the Scorchers. 2 for 89 they move to. But I would have to say, D-Funk, the start to BBL 14, just in terms of the quality of the games, has probably been the best I remember the BBL ever been. Quite honestly, Bartlett replies with a wider ball outside off stump. A lot of height on it. The crowd is booing, appealing for a wide to be called. Height would have been the only issue there, if anything, but it's been allowed to go. Bartlett in again, full ball on the stumps, driven down, can't beat the man at mid-on. A diving effort from Renshaw. 2 for 90. Two balls left here. Swing and a miss there from Youngblood. XJC says, Dan, I don't know if you know what these are, but I got Air Max 270s for Christmas. Are they anything like Air Jordans? I know Air Jordans. Bartlett in again, full ball on the stumps, pushed away. Oh, so they are shoes. Mitchell Vela Sport, my gaming channel is called Intoxi Gamer. Here, I'll type it in the chat for you. I won't share the link because that's way too much effort for me. But I can share the name. And it should, even though it's been a while. It's been a year or two. but it should still come up top result in the search results. They're like the casual sport shoe of Air Jordan, says Michelle. Fair enough. 2 for 92, 14 overs gone. 150, 160 would be monumental here for the Scorchers. They've got wickets in the dugout. Spencer Johnson back into the bowling attack. 2 overs, 1 for 3. All right, Defunk. Just type in youtube.com/ in front of what I posted in the chat room, and it should take you there. I mean, that's still not helping because I'm still not sharing the link, but at least now I'm verbalizing it. But no, in all seriousness, I do think it should come up in the search result, even though it's been a long time. Johnson, and again, goes the ramp here, Youngblood, and he misses it completely. Yeah, there's also like a couple of guys in Canada who stole the name, but they only ever got like 200 subscribers or something. I got 8,000 with the proper Intoxigamer. And yeah, they came and ripped off the name and... yeah, so there are a couple out there. Top edge, straight up in the air from Connolly. Will it beat the infield? It does. The keeper runs back, takes the catch. Jimmy Pearson, what a take. And Spencer Johnson gets another one. Pearson nearly made complete mincemeat out of this, but the catch is eventually taken. And Spencer Johnson with another breakthrough. He almost lost it, Pearson, but at the last second, recovers and plucks that ball out of the air. And it is Cooper Youngblood Connolly, 37 from 37 on his way back. Well, he did all the hard work, Connolly. Youngblood got himself set, got himself in, got himself out. The Heat on top. Let's check out these odds. I reckon the Brisbane Heat are well on top here with the bookies, especially after that wicket. Yes, indeed. Brisbane Heat, $1.48 favourites. The Scorchers are blown out to 260 as Ashton Turner out to the crease. Three balls left for Spencer Johnson. Welcome back to Big Bash Cricket, Spencer. 2 for 4 off 2.3 overs. Incredible. Incredible bowling. Turner on strike, backs away, cuts to the offside, no run. And this is the power surge. Let's not forget that this is the power surge. These overs are being wasted by the Scorchers. They're reeling here, the Scorchers, in BBL 14. I felt like they went into this, as they always do, as one of the favourites. But they are down, and the ref has started the count. They are certainly not out. But a very vulnerable-looking Perth Scorchers at the moment. is the final ball of this power surge. Spencer Johnson, what a performance it's been from him so far. The ramp from Turner, and he gets just enough on it. Well, it's over the fence for 6. Spencer Johnson is furious that he has ended his third over with that. And Ashton Turner's gone the ramp. Now, obviously here, we do not like the ramp. We hate the ramp. We curse the ramp shot. High risk, low reward, but I suppose when you're up against a bowler who it just gives you no other alternative, it's paid full dividends there for the Perth Scorchers. A much-needed 6. 3 for 99 they go. Jeez, that was such a risky shot too. If he misses that, Spencer Johnson's cleaning up the stumps. That is a bold shot. Hardy slashes at this one, outside off. Kuhneman back into the attack, just the one. The 100 is up. 15.1 overs. 6.59 is the run rate. Catch you later, XJC. As this is pushed away to the offside, beats the man in the circle, but still just a single. Kuhneman, none for 22 of 3.2 overs. The Heat are bowling very, very well. Mitchell Velosport. Well, specifically Spencer Johnson, right? Outside of Spencer Johnson. Reverse sweep. Almost picks out the man, but it's just wide enough and it races away to the outfield. And they come back for a second. It's not even so much that the Heat are bowling too good, right? Like, if you take Spencer Johnson's overs out and replace them with somebody else's figures, then the Scorchers are running along nicely here with a normal score. It's just that Spencer Johnson has been so good as Hardy lifts it hard to the onside. Taken it long on by Renshaw. Slides across the turf on his arse and takes the catch. 4 for 103. Another wicket falls. Yeah, catch you later, D-Funk. Cheers for swinging by, mate. Well, I mean, you know what I mean. Swinging by implies that you just arrived and you're leaving again. Thanks for hopping on and joining us throughout the course of this doubleheader tonight. Is probably a nicer way of saying it. I'm lucky. I don't work, so this is my job. So there's no such thing as bedtimes for me. I can go to bed whenever I want. Nick Hobson out to bat now, 4 for 103. The Scorchers Certainly not. Oh, they pushed for 2. That's well run. Extremely well run. Easy 2. They, oh, yeah, what will we say? 4 overs to go. If they go for, you want to get at least 6 and over from here, right? So that'd be 24 runs. So that'd take them 130. So if they, yeah, okay, they've really got to lift themselves to that 140 at least and press on from there as much as they can. I don't think 130 will be enough. Kuhneman finishes his spell 1 for 27. It's been really well bowled there from Kuhneman in the end. After a slow start, tighten things up, got a key wicket. It's the Heat well on top here. But of course, regardless of what happens from here on in, they've still got to come out and do the job with the bat, don't they? $16 overs gone. 4 for 106. Hobson, 3 off 2. Turner, 7 off 4. And Swepson back into the attack to bowl his last. Pulled away for 1. They should push for 2 here, the way they have been running. And they do come back for a comfortable 2. Projected score of 139. If they go 8 and over from here, they'll need every single bit of that, at least. Over onto the captains now. Jordan, over onto the captain Morgans. Swepson keeping things tight. Just 1s and 2s. Outside of the back of the hand for this one. And a dot ball. Reverse sweep off the top edge. He's got enough on it to get it over the infield. And it's 3 bounces and over the rope for a much-needed boundary. Turner could be the key here to the Scorchers getting a decent score. About... I mean, not a whole lot, Jordan, to be honest, by my own high standards. But, down the pitch goes Turner. Hoiks this one over long on for 6. A score is still on here. A score is still well and truly on here for the Scorchers. Mitchell Vella Sport says, if you have to play a sport, what would you play? Darts. Think about it, right? I mean, I love darts anyway. But I could play darts because darts, you can still drink. You don't have to move very much. And you get paid a lot of money to travel the world to play in dart competitions. Yeah, I'd play darts. Four for 120 to end that over. A good one for the Scorchers. Is anyone working tomorrow? That was the only problem, really, wasn't it, with the BBL calling a double header here, Boxing Day. A lot of people have to go back to work tomorrow. Yep, says Michelle. Yep, back to work. A lot of people going back. Big Paul Walter into the attack, follows the batsman. Beats him for a dot ball to start. So 4 for 120, 17 overs gone. 138 if they go 6 and over from here. Gets them up to that 140. 140's absolute bottom, I think. 140 is at least still something to bowl at. You get some early wickets when you come out to bowl. It puts some pressure on the batting side. Pulled away here, just the one. They would obviously want to lift up beyond that. 148 at 10 and over from here is probably what they're targeting more so. Swing and a miss outside off stump there from Hobson. And a dot ball. Paul Walter starting well here. Dot, 1 dot. So much food left over from Christmas. That's what I'll be doing tomorrow. I'll eat the rest of it. Walter, slower ball, half volley. It's been read by Hobson. Like a book, as they say. And an on drive over the fence for 6. The batsman has picked that one up well. 86 metres. Hobson. Quality shot, that one. Quality hit. It was a really poor delivery. Walter with 2 balls left here in this over. Recovers nicely. So 10 and over from here. They can get themselves up to 151. 151 and beyond would be gold for the Scorchers. And they've got the bowling attack to defend a total. Ball delivery driven through the offside for 4. Hobson finishes with a couple of boundaries. 11 off the over from Big Tall Paul. 18 gone. 4 for 131 here, the Scorchers. Eighteen overs gone. 4 for 131. Johnson back into the attack. Top edge. Straight up in the air. Should be a wicket. The man plants himself under it and drops it. It was up there in the air for too long. He had too much time to think about it. And he's dropped the catch. Johnson deserved another one. Kuhneman was under it, I think. Was never looking comfortable there, and it goes straight through the hands. And what a big drop that could turn out to be. 2 runs against Spencer Johnson's total that didn't deserve to be there. Pulling outside off stump, driven down the ground for 1. 4 for 1, 3, 4. That was a big drop. Spencer Johnson, he deserves a 3rd wicket there. Deserves another one. Hobson on strike. Slower ball. Half volley. Pulled away. Well, more pumped it down the ground. And against Spencer Johnson, that is absolute gold. A 6. Straight back down the ground. 82 meters. Picked the slower ball as Johnson bumped it in short. A huge 6. Ball and on the toes. Just the 1 run down to long on. Good reply there from Johnson. Should have had a wicket. He'll be furious, Spencer Johnson. Should have had a wicket on the first ball. He's gone for 10 off this over so far, though. And they've got to score to bowl at here. The Scorchers, they are not done. This is something to bowl at. 2 balls left. Turner off the top edge. Moving forward to take this one and taken comfortably by Maxi Bryant. And Spencer Johnson gets his wicket. Turner's back in the dugout. 3 for 20 for Spencer Johnson. 1 ball to go. It's 5 for 141 here, the Scorchers. But still, something to bowl at. The Heat have done extremely well. Delicately poised this game. Ashton Turner, 22 of 13. Back to the sheds he goes. 5 for 141. It's something to bowl at, like I said, and like I've said every stream. So for those of you who have joined us for a majority of the Big Bash, you're probably sick of hearing it. But if you get to 140, at least you've given yourself something to bowl at. It might not be the biggest score in the world, but it is something to bowl at least. A couple of early wickets, and you just never know. Well, they've done that here. They've got themselves to 131. They're on the brink of that score, at the very least. Ashton Agar now comes out. 5 for 141 is the score, so they've got themselves that. And whatever they can muster from the last over. Agar goes for it on the leg side. Square of the wicket, picks out the fielder. And Spencer Johnson with another wicket to finish. 4 for 20 off his 4 overs. What a performance from Spencer Johnson. He's bowled extremely well. And that has kept the Scorchers very, very quiet by their own standards. They still have something to bowl at. They still have a defendable total if they bowl well enough. But it is clearly advantage to the Brisbane Heat on the back of Spencer Johnson. Let's be honest. Purely off the back of Spencer Johnson, the rest of the Heat bowlers have been a little bit haphazard. Been a near perfect bowling performance from him. Six for 141, 1 over to go, but importantly, For the Scorchers, the right man is on strike. Hobson to bowl. Bartlett to bowl. Hobson on strike. (23 off 10). Hobson. First ball is in the slot. Hoiks it over the long on fence for 6. Well, that's a good start. That's bonus runs here for the Scorchers. Poor bowling from Xavier Bartlett. Well played by Hobson. Oh, he loved all of that, didn't he? He loved it. Xavier Bartlett. Not off to a good start here. Second ball, pulls it back a little bit shorter. Hobson steps to the leg side, pulls it away. Square of the wicket for 4. Well, Bartlett, he's giving it up here, Xavier. 10 off the first 2 balls. 151 is suddenly a more than defendable total. And if they can bag some more runs here, 160 plus. And this game just falls a little bit in favour of the home side, I reckon. Bartlett in again, half volley, chopped away over the long off fence for 6. This is incredible batting from Hobson, and Xavier Bartlett is being cleaned up. And the Brisbane Heat have gone from a position where they're well on top, and now this game is back in the balance. This is a more than defendable total. And there's still 3 deliveries left. Hobson goes to 39 off 13. He'll want more. More 6s, more 4s. Bartlett will be feeling the pressure. It's been such a good performance so far for the Heat. They're just letting it slide a little bit here. Xavier Bartlett, 16 off the first 3 balls. Hobson wants to inflict some more damage. Send the Scorchers in with more momentum. It's a full toss. Straight over the fence, down the ground. This is incredible batting. Really, really piss poor bowling, but incredible batting nonetheless. And it's another 6. And they are rocking up a score and a half now. The Scorchers, they have recovered well. We were at the point in this game where we were talking like 140 would be, they'd be happy to recover to 140 and get themselves something to bowl at. Well, now they're looking at 170. 2 balls left, 6 for 163. And if they can crack 170, that will take a hell of a chase from the Brisbane Heat batsmen. Hobson wants a 50, I'm sure. 45 or 14. 2 deliveries left in this innings. Xavier Bartlett, none for 45 or 3.4 overs. They've gone after him. Half volley, wide outside off stump. French cut for no run. Hobson says, no run. I want my 50. He's got one more crack at it here. Six for 163. Last ball of the innings. Bartlett to Hobson. Outside of stump, chopped away. They'll push for 2. And they come back easily for the second. 6 for 165. Hobson finishes not out. 47 off 16 balls. He just needed a couple more deliveries, Hobson. But to be perfectly honest, The Perth Scorchers will be going back to the dugout with a wave of momentum. Spencer Johnson bowled extremely well, exceedingly well, to get the Brisbane Heat on top, but the rest of his team let him down. And I would say here, I'm sticking with slight advantage here to the Scorchers. Let's see what the bookies say. Do the bookies agree with that sentiment? Yes, they do. Oh, yes, they do. The Perth Scorchers have just exploded into favoritism. Spencer Johnson bowled extremely well, but he was the only one. The rest of the Brisbane Heat bowlers completely letting the team down. And the Perth Scorchers have got a score and a half here. 165. It's chaseable, but it's more than defendable as well. The game's in the balance. The home side, slight favourites. Pretty well having no right to be. If we're being brutally honest, they probably have no right to have slid back into favouritism like this. But we'll see. The run chase will commence after this here on the Wasted Water Sports. Thanks for being with us. We've got the innings break. And we'll be back for the run chase after this. Can the Brisbane Heat run it down? The Scorchers have done well. They've recovered nicely. And they've put a score on the board. What will happen after this? Find out. Be back in a few minutes' time here. Wasted Water Sports. All right, Wasted Water Sports, welcome back. The run chase about to commence. The Brisbane Heat have been set a score of 165. It should never have got that far. And I think just because of the fact that it should never have got that far means a slight advantage to the Perth Scorchers here. But we'll see plenty of twists and turns left in this one, I'm sure. Six for 165 when all hope had looked lost at one point there for the Scorchers. I think if there is a weakness in the Brisbane Heat this season, it is in the batting. And we know that the Scorchers have got a quality, immense bowling lineup. So it could be a situation here where, oh, God, I don't understand why it does that. Every so often, it just loses my green screen. Well, actually, is it to do with me moving? If I move... Who makes the finals next year in the NRL? Asked Jordan. Oh, okay. I'm going off the top of my head here. Hang on. That's going to drive me crazy. There we go. Sorry. All right. That was just going to drive me mental. The green screen was just, for some reason, it was just on YouTube dropping in and out. And it was driving me absolutely nuts. Okay, so who makes the finals next year in the NRL? Right, so off the top of my head, look, Storm for the minor premiership, Storm to win the entire thing. And I wouldn't at all be surprised if they win the entire thing in the grand final against the Panthers. Panthers will be up there again. I think the Panthers maybe, though, drop down the ladder a little bit. They'll still be top four. I feel like maybe the Panthers round out the top four. They're just starting to come back to the fold a little bit. A little bit. They're losing players, but they've still got a squad more than capable of going all the way. Injuries will obviously be key, but yeah, so let's go Storm. The Panthers will still be there or thereabouts. Look, I think the Broncos have got probably the best draw out of everybody. They should finish in the top four. I don't know that they will. I'm not convinced about the Broncos just because I don't think Madge is going to come in and fix them in 1 year. And I don't think Ben Hunt is going to fix them in 1 year. There's something inherently wrong with the Broncos that digs a little bit deeper. I don't think Kevy Walters was that bad a coach, if you know what I mean. I think it runs a little bit deeper there, their issues. And I just can't see Madge and Ben Hunt making that much of a difference. That said, though, they should make the finals again this year. They should. They've got a dream run. They've got more home games than anybody else in the entire competition, so they should finish in the top 4. At the very least, they'll certainly finish in the top 8, unless there's just a horror run of injuries. I expect to see the Rabbitohs back up in finals footy. I expect to see the Eels pushing for finals footy. The Dolphins are a concern. I'm very concerned for the Dolphins in 2025. I feel like they fall right off. Tigers will be in the 8 for sure. Sharks will be in the 8, yep. Sharks will be in the 8. So let's see, off the top of my head. Hang on, actually, I've got it written down somewhere because I was going to do a video for it. Wasted World of Sports, far too early. NRL top 8 predictions. I think I've actually got it written down somewhere. Let's see here. Here we go. Okay, Wasted World of Sports, far too early. Top 8 predictions. Melbourne Storm on top. I've got the Panthers in the top 4. I've got Souths returning to finals footy. So we've got Melbourne, Penrith, Manly, South Sydney, Canterbury Bulldogs, Brisbane Broncos, Cronulla Sharks, Parramatta Eels, Sydney Roosters, North Queensland Cowboys, New Zealand Warriors. Oh, sorry, I forgot the West Tigers before that. So I've gone Storm 1, Panthers 2, Manly 3, Broncos 4, Bulldogs 5, Sharks 6, Rabbitohs 7, Tigers 8, Roosters 9, Eels 10, Cowboys 11, Warriors 12, Titans 13, Knights 14, Dolphins 15, Dragons 16, Raiders wooden spoon. But as I said, that's Wasted World of Sports. Far, far too early. Top 8 predictions. There will be a lot to happen between now and then. That's why I haven't done a video for it yet. I've just taken copious notes. And I'll do a proper video about it later, when I feel a little bit more confident about some of those calls. Here we go. Tom Banton to open the batting. The run chase is about to commence here. The Scorchers recovered extremely well to get to 6 for 165. Jimmy Pearson and Tom Banton to open the batting. But a couple of early wickets here in this game. The Scorchers finished the batting innings with all the momentum. Can they start the bowling innings by wrestling the entirety of that momentum back in their favour? Behrendorff to open the bowling. Banton is on strike. I don't even need a close-up to know that Banton's on strike, because Tom Banton's like 9 foot tall and Jimmy Pearson's like 4 foot tall. And you can just tell from the camera angle that Jimmy Pearson's down the non-striker's end. 1 second to go, and then Behrendorff will come motoring in for the first delivery of this run chase. Edged in just short of the keeper, and it's away for 4. Talk about fine margins in a game of cricket. Behrendorff draws the outside edge. And it's through the keeper for 4. It should have been a wicket. Well, could have been a wicket. It landed short of the keeper, in fairness. What a dream start for the Scorchers it would have been. But it races away for a boundary. That is unlucky for Behrendorff. And it could just be the Heat's night with situations like that. And again, Banton prods at it. Well, apparently there was no edge. It's been called 4 byes. There was a clear noise there. I wonder what that noise was. Well, it's been signalled 4 byes past the keeper. I mean, either way, it's 4 runs for the Heat. So they'll be happy with that, but there was a clear noise there. I wonder what that was. Behrendorff in again. Just played away to mid-on for no run. None for 4 at the start of their run chase. 8.24 is the required rate. And we've seen how it's done already. The Sydney Sixers showed us earlier tonight how to troll a run chase. Banton driving to the onside and a big hit down the ground for 6. Over the fence. 10 runs from this over to start. It's a good one. .79 meters on the fly down the ground. And big Tom Banton got a good piece of that. Behrendorff on the back foot. Just pushed away to the offside. Out to backward point for a single. None for 11. First over gone. Well, there's still a ball left. Getting ahead of myself. Getting a little ahead of ourselves here. 1 delivery left. And a dot ball to finish. So, none for 11 off the first over. The Heat start the run chase well. Marshall, what do I think about Sam Constas' debut? I didn't see it, Marshall. I must admit, I don't watch Test cricket. Can't do it. Not unless I'm trying to induce sleep upon myself. So, but I can tell you this though: his inclusion was great news for the Brisbane Heat because it means we get McSweeney back. Morris into the bowling attack. Edged and caught. They've made the breakthrough. The Perth Scorchers get the wicket. Banton's on his way. Morris with his first delivery gets the breakthrough. And it's well taken down the leg side by the keeper. What a take that was. Morris with his first delivery. And the Heat lose their first. 1 for 11. Banton back in the dugout. Well, this is what we were talking about. The Perth Scorchers more than capable of taking quick wickets. And they do make an early breakthrough. And that will just tighten the odds up a little bit here. The Scorchers certainly not out of this. What is happening there above my shoulder? This particular part of the... Now, let me just push that back. Let me just push the green screen back a little bit there. It's driving me mental. People on TikTok, I know you can't see that. But on YouTube, that green screen sort of filtering in and out is driving me insane. Good delivery, this one from Morris as well. Backs it up with a leg by. 1 for 12 here on this run chase. Jordan says, what are you doing after the game? I'm going to devour some more of the leftover Christmas food. I haven't eaten since... I think I woke up and ate at like 5 a.m. or thereabouts, and I might have, at some point, I might have snuck in a quick nibble on some potato salad. But I feel like I haven't had a proper meal yet today, so yeah, after the game, that's my agenda. See what's left over from the Christmas meal and do my best to finish a fair bit of it. Morris in again. Good over so far. Beats the bat on the outside. Good bowling here from Morris. Morris will be taking on the role of Spencer Johnson, I think. The way that this is shaping up. Spencer Johnson, clearly the best bowler in the Brisbane Heat lineup tonight. Morris probably wants to take on that role. Down the leg side, this will be a wide. Well, I just talked him up. And like clockwork, you talk somebody up and that's when they make a mistake. Just drifting down the leg side there, Morris. And a wide. 1 for 1 off his 0.4 so far. Still been a great effort. Wide outside off stump and a slash at this and a miss from Pearson. This is good bowling from Morris. This is definitely Spencer Johnson-like. Oh, we have got a run chase on our hands. This game is certainly far from over, and I'm so curious to see what the odds continue to do as this innings develops. The Brisbane Heat have now blown out to 240. And the Scorchers are $151 favourites. And you can certainly just tell from the body language out there on the field, the Scorchers are just a little bit on top here on this run chase. 1 for 13, the Heat. 8.42 is the required rate. Jordan says you should start doing the New Zealand Super Smash. I'm all ears, Jordan. I'd love to hear about it. And yeah, I'm more than open for more content suggestions, especially in the off season. I mean, basically when the NRL starts next year and Super Rugby and then the Rugby Championship, there's going to be a Lions tour for rugby happening next year. So pretty much when rugby season starts, that's it. But in the time between now and then, I'm more than open to content suggestions, and I can try and hunt down where I might be able to view these things. Munro takes one step down the pitch and plugs Berendorf over the long on fence. Well, one bounce for 4. One bouncing over the rope. And a boundary for Behrendorff to start. One for 17, 2.1 gone. Behrendorff in again. Gets a dot ball. It's the perfect answer. 149 needed off 106. Now, we saw from the Sixers run chase, if you get a couple of batsmen set, you can knock off runs pretty comfortably. So I don't think that will be their concern at the moment. The current run rate is 7.29. The required is 8.43. So they're not far away. That's controllable. Wickets will be the key here, for sure. One for 17. 2.3 overs gone. Slower ball, outside off. And a dot ball. Maintaining wickets in the dugout. That could be the key for the Heat just in this little phase. As much as they might want to go for it here in the power play, wickets will be crucial in this chase, especially with the bowling lineup of the Scorchers. Michelle's going to pass out soon. Understandable. Played away for no run. Good over from Behrendorff. Apart from that first ball to start with, he kept things very, very tight. One for 17, and this is test match batting at the moment as the run rate drops below 6 and over. Well bowled, though, from Behrendorff. Take nothing away from that bowling effort. "14 hours of sports watching takes it out of you," says Michelle. Oh, well, it's your own fault for doing test matches on day one where it's completely irrelevant. Can't feel sorry for you, I'm afraid. You've done that to yourself. Swing and a miss outside of stump there from Pearson. Jordan says it's on KO at 7:30 a.m. Australian Western Standard Time. And they do women's and men's back-to-back. Well, I'll immediately pass on the women's. Thanks. Pearson just gets enough on it. Does he? Juggled and dropped. Well, that should have been taken by Andrew Ty. He ran back for it on the circle. Pearson didn't get anywhere near enough on this, but he gets away with it. Andrew Ty bobbles the ball. In and out it goes. And a reprieve here for the Brisbane Heat. Yes, I do apologize if this is very 1950s of me, but I'm not interested in the slightest in the women's version of the sport. I apologize. What a let-off this is, though, for the Heat. 1 for 18. Pearson has been dropped on 1. Let's keep note of that. Pearson was dropped on 1. I love the tennis. I love me some tennis. In the slot, Munro goes for it, hits it uppishly. It's going to fall safe. Well, the Brisbane Heat are getting some luck out there at the moment. Pearson was dropped. Munro this time finds the gap. But they're making this run chase very difficult indeed. The required run rate now just drifts out to 9 and over. Well bowled there by Morris. Dot ball just fended back to the bowler. 1.5 overs, 1 for 4. Morris has taken on the Spencer Johnson role here and is standing up and being the best bowler here for the Scorchers. Morris in again, shorter delivery, called a wide. Well, that's harsh. And the crowd rightfully booing this because we saw the Brisbane Heat get away with 1 or 2 of these. And rightfully so, the crowd letting the umpire know about it. I mean, it was well over the top. Well over the top, but we saw the same thing last innings and they weren't called. That's the key here to that reaction from the crowd. I heard, Jordan, that and that's wide down leg side. That'll be called as well. Back-to-back wides here for Morris. I heard that it might be the Brisbane International. Novak Djokovic and Nick Kyrgios will be teaming up for doubles, to play doubles. I think it's in the Brisbane International. One of the lead-up tournaments, I'm sure. I can't imagine that it's the actual Australian Open. Oh, direct hit, and he's gone, and it's a direct hit. And Pearson's going to be on his way. Well, we will come back to that tennis story because the Heat have just completely thrown it away here. After back-to-back wides, Munro has just turned it away to fine leg. And they've come through for a single, a risky, ambitious single at best. Agar grabs it with one outstretched hand. On his knees, he turns and pivots. And a direct hit, and Pearson's run out by about 70 metres. Pearson, no damage has been done after the dropped catch. He was dropped on 1. He eventually goes for 1. Heat are in trouble here. 2 for 22. And it is the Scorchers now, the home side, well and truly on top. With the Brisbane Heat losing their second wicket. Beautiful work from Ashton Agar. McSweeney out to the crease now. Well, let's see what he can do. Obviously, the Brisbane Heat now needing him to step up. Flipped away for no run. Oh, God, I've overcompensated on YouTube on that green screen. That's hilarious. Kelly into the bowling attack. Top ball to start. Slower ball. Munro dances down the pitch. Splices it off the top of the bat. And that's another wicket. Oh, it's all the Scorchers now. Cruising along, a third wicket falls. Munro for 6 of 12. It is a huge advantage now for the home side. And this game has now fallen well and truly in the favour of the home side, the Perth Scorchers. And I should imagine that these odds will have blown out now beyond the $3 mark for the Brisbane Heat. And the Perth Scorchers will be into around $1.20 or less, I would imagine. Well, so much so that the betting at the moment has been suspended. That's hilarious. Yeah. Red hot favourites now, the Scorchers, as Matty Renshaw comes out to bat. 3 for 22. The Brisbane Heat, 2 completely fresh batsmen. Neither one has faced a ball. What about some darts, Jordan? Premier League darts. Super netball. Just trying to think of sports that I follow. Renshaw bends this one down, almost chops it back onto the stumps. And the crowd has come to life. Yes, some snooker. I actually loaded up after the snooker conversations. I loaded up on YouTube, saved it into my watch later. Because I was talking about how my favorite players back in the day were John Higgins and Stephen Hendry. So I had to go back to YouTube to try and find a match that they played against each other. So I'm looking forward to watching that one. I should imagine that it went down to the wire. A wicket and 3 dot balls off this over for Kelly. A fantastic start, and the Brisbane Heat right on the back foot now. Down the pitch and slightly down the leg side. Renshaw marched down at the ball, but Kelly drifts onto the legs a little too much, and it's wide down the leg side. One, 4, 3 from 92 balls, 3 for 23. The Heat, a situation that it is a situation they could recover from, but this bowling attack of the Scorchers seem like they're on song tonight. They weren't this good against the Renegades the other night, yes? But they've certainly turned it on here tonight. Two fresh batsmen at the crease. Never a situation you want to be in. If you have to lose wickets, you would prefer to have a set batsman out there at all times. And a fantastic over from Kelly. 1 wicket, 2 runs. It's 3 for 24. The Heat in big trouble. Ashton Agar into the bowling attack. The current run rate 4.8 and over. The required run rate 9.47. Turning the screws here. The Perth Scorchers bowlers. Agar in. Renshaw dances down the pitch. They should get two here as he picks out the gap nicely. Well bowled, well played. .140 from 89. Scorchers on top. Renshaw dances down again this time. Chops it away to the offside. Just the one. Hey. Somebody wants to play. Okay, you bring that here. You bring that over here. I can't move, so. Get it. Yeah. You get it and you bring it over here. Yeah. Just like that. Top edge behind the keeper. And just the one. Actually, I will go and get it because who knows what sort of cables will get knocked out. There we go. Yeah, that was just swing and a miss from Renshaw. Backing away. Giving himself room. That was just my dog going, you know what? I think you've been doing a streaming long enough here, right? You've streamed for long enough. It's time for you to go and get my ball and throw it so we can play. Yeah. Hang on. Yeah. She's actually, like, usually really good at, she knows the sign-off. The sign-off of thanks, everyone, for joining me. Until next time, cheers. And as soon as I say that, you hear the little doggy nails on the floorboard, the wooden floorboards. Because she's like, I know that. That means it's the end of the stream. And that means it's playtime. But tonight, she's like, nah, I'm bored. This has gone on for way too long now. I'm coming in to get my ball. And you're throwing it for me, and we're playing. So that's what's happened there. Here you go. Three for 30. It is the home side on top. McSweeney down the pitch and cuts it away through the gap for 4. Nathan McSweeney, the Aussie selectors don't want you. We'll happily have you back, mate. Cut away for 4. Much needed runs. Three for 34. Kelly in again. Just a little bit tighter line. And McSweeney can't get this one away. Three for 34. 132 off 82. I mean, it's achievable. You want to believe. Off the edge. Caught. No, dropped. What an amazing effort behind the stumps. It would have been a miracle of a catch. It would have been one of the greatest catches we've ever seen in BBL history. Oh, it went in, but out of the left hand of the keeper. And they've got away with another one here, the Brisbane Heat. McSweeney dropped on 6. The last drop catch didn't do them any damage. Renshaw drives through the line for 6. What a hit. What a hit there, Renshaw. Steps into it and just plows it down the down to the long on boundary. Huge 6. Kelly, after such a solid first over, is being turned around this time, and Renshaw goes again. This time square of the wicket on the leg side. Over the boundary for 6 more. Here they come, the Brisbane Heat. we knew it would be a game. It was lined up to be a good game, and here they come. Ready to make a fight, and let's see what the odds have still got to be running, right? Renshaw goes again, lifts it into the air, racing around, but 2 bounces to the fielder. What an over that was. Well batted by Renshaw. Just giving his team a slight sparkle of life. The required run rate, they can't let it really drift out beyond 10, you would think. It's at 9.08. It's probably the extent of where they want it to go. The Worm just turns the Heat ahead of the Scorchers now. I'm so keen to see the odds. Sorry, I'm trying to commentate and play with my dog at the same time. She wants to play ball. It's been a long day, so it's all good. Swing and a miss outside off there from McSweeney. 3 for 49. There's only 7.1 overs gone. It honestly feels like this run chase has already been going for an eternity. I feel like we're approaching the back end of the game, but we're really not. Andrew Ty into the bowling attack. His second ball now. Turned away, square the wicket on the leg side. Just the 1 run. Matty Renshaw could hold the key here for the Heat. Let's have a look at now. Okay. Perth Scorchers are still very short-priced favourites. I thought the Heat might have pulled it back a little bit, but no, still the Scorchers very heavy favourites. Ty in again. This one's hit up in the air by Renshaw. Didn't get enough on this, but he does land it safely. Just short of Berendorf in the outfield. Well, they're certainly gambling here, the Heat, and getting away with it for now. McSweeney's been dropped. Renshaw has landed a few high balls just into the gaps. Swing and a miss outside off from Renshaw. Good bowling there from Ty. Renshaw, like I said, could hold the keys here if they can knock him over. Well and truly advantage Scorchers. Three for 52. 7.4 gone. Dancing down the pitch, Renshaw. Does he get enough on this? He does. It's in the stands. 6 runs. Renshaw is on fire. Moves to 27 or 13 balls. And he is just keeping the Brisbane Heat interested here. Sends it over extra cover for 6. 3 for 58 now, the Heat. Fuller delivery this time. Pushes it to mid-off. Races through for a risky single. But they do get through and take it. Renshaw's on fire. 28 or 14. The Heat move to 3 for 59. Slight advantage still to the home side, I would dare say. Ashton into the bowling attack. Renshaw on strike. Could be the key wicket. It's wide, outside off. Renshaw sweeps it to the leg side. And they come through for just the one. 8.96 is the required run rate. So they've contained that well. Despite losing wickets, they've kept that under control. It hasn't really blown out at any point. They don't want it, obviously, to go over 10 and over. Agar floats it up. McSweeney cuts it away. Should be just the one. Out to deep point. And it is just the one run. When do they call the surge? That will be important as well. They're traveling along okay at the moment. Agar floats it up. Renshaw goes for the big lift over long off again. Doesn't get hold of it. And it's a dot ball. So yeah, just a goes again. Renshaw doesn't get all of it. And it will just be a single down to long on. The power surge, I think they're happy to just travel along with this at the moment. Maybe over 13 or 14, maybe. If these two batsmen are still out there. And then call the surge. Agar to McSweeney. Off the top edge, they push for the single. A direct hit, and he's gone. We're not even going up to the video umpire. It's been given immediately. Another direct hit, another run out. And the Brisbane Heat are throwing it away here. Any slight sparkle that they might have had, they are determined to throw it away with run-outs. Another direct hit. The Perth Scorchers on fire in the field. And McSweeney's on his way. A crazy run. They took on the field and said, if you're good enough to hit, we're happy to go. And they've hit both times. 2 run-outs. And the Perth Scorchers well on top now. Well and truly on top. 4 for 62. The Brisbane Heat, I mean, this is the Brisbane Heat. As a long-time suffering supporter of the Heat, this is the Brisbane Heat that I know. just throwing it away, not even getting themselves close. Just determined to throw it away and not even make a game of it with silly wickets. And Max Bryant out to the crease. McSweeney was dropped. Didn't really go on and do any damage. Pearson was dropped. Didn't do any damage. Agar. His final ball of his second over. Turned away for one. 4 for 63. Renshaw holds the keys to the city here for the Brisbane Heat. If they're going to have any chance, you suspect that it will be Matt Renshaw who guides them through. Beautiful fielding from the Scorchers. Two immaculate runouts from direct hits. Morris back into the bowling attack. They've gone for the jugular here, the Scorchers. Morris 1 for 6 off his 2 overs. Sprays onto the leg side. He'll get away with that one with just a single. .103 needed off 66 balls. The run rate now getting close to 10. They've done extremely well so far, the Heat, in just, despite losing wickets, just keeping it controllable around the 8, 9, 9.4 margin. It's now drifted out to 9.42. And they'll start to really feel the pressure if that drifts above 10. Maxi Bryant on strike now. To face his first delivery, Morris charges in. It's wide outside off stump. And Bryant has a slash at this. Comes up empty. Morris, 1 for 6. 2.2 overs gone. Gets the outside edge that goes up in the air. Down to third man for just the single. Didn't carry, luckily, for Maxi Bryant. Four for 65. 9.3 overs gone. Almost halfway through this chase, and well, we were talking about how the Scorchers seemed to be going slowly. And look at what the Heat have done, and this is why we say it. Every single time we say it. You can't judge a cricket pitch until both teams have played on it. Both teams have got to bat and bowl on this same surface before we know what a good score is or not. And it seems like the Scorchers at the moment have ended up with a more than competitive total as the Heat continue to capitulate here. Down the leg side, Bryant stepped across the stumps, so very harsh call on it wide against the bowler. Max Bryant stepped about 3 meters across leg side. Across to the off stump. If Max Bryant doesn't shuffle across his stumps there, that hits him in the tits. Oh. Short ball again, pulled away, just the one. The hell's going on out there? 4 for 68. Really poor at the moment from the Heat. Well bowled from Morris. 2.5 overs, 1 for 10. Can he finish this off with another stellar delivery? Morris in short ball. Over the head. Will it be called a wide? No, they let this one go. Well, honestly, that was less of a height issue than the one that was called. No wonder the crowd are confused and booing. But Morris finishes with a dot. 4 for 68, and that required run rate now, 9.8. It's drifting. If it goes beyond 10, I would be calling it for the Scorchers. As it stands right now, there's still enough there to just keep the Brisbane Heat interested. That required run rate drifts out beyond 10 and well and truly advantage home side. It already is advantage to the home side, but you know what I'm saying. Perth Scorchers have been fantastic in the field. 2 runouts from direct hits that on normal days probably aren't runouts. They have fielded extremely well. And the Brisbane Heat are under a lot of pressure now. Andrew Ty, 1 over, none for 10, back into the attack. Halfway through this run chase. And the power surge has been called. Well, look, that's smart. Matt Renshaw's out there. He's well and truly set. I probably personally wouldn't have called it with the fresh man on strike. But that fresh man is Max Bryant, and we know that he is more than capable of clubbing huge sixes. Still, I probably would have called it when Renshaw was on strike first. Let's see. Bryant pulls it away. Almost picks out the outfielder there. Youngblood takes it on the bounce. Fires it back in for just the single. I got your ball. Yeah, I've got your ball. Whoops. Renshaw ends up on strike anyway. Lifts this one over the top of mid-on for 4. That's a big hit, like solid hit. Not big in terms of distance, but just a solid hit right out of the middle of the bat. Had just enough elevation to beat the man at mid-on and away to the fence for 4. And that, my friends, is why I said they needed Renshaw on strike to start the surge. Four for 73, Renshaw. We've talked about it multiple times. Renshaw holds the keys to Brisbane City at the moment. Ty. Slower ball on the stumps. And Renshaw misses out. A dot. NRL Super King, ahoy, welcome along. Thank you very much for the like. Sorry, I'm commentating and playing with my dog at the same time. It's been a long day for her. She's just been sitting by the door waiting for me to finish as Renshaw lifts this on the leg side, square of the wicket. The fielder is planted under it, and he's on his way. And that is now big advantage, Scorchers. If they didn't already have the advantage, it is massively in their favour now. Renshaw was the man who was going to do the damage, and 3 balls into the power surge. He's on his way back. Picks out the man in the outfield. And that could very well be game, set, and match. The 6th wicket falls. Was that wicket 6 or 5? 5th wicket falls. The 5th wicket falls for the Heat. 73 runs on the board. And the Perth Scorchers now just a wicket or two away from almost certain victory. That run rate, 9.96. We talked about it. I said at the start of this run chase, if the required run rate goes beyond 10 at any point, the Scorchers have won. Well, we are so close now. 5 for 73, the Heat. The required run rate, 9.96. That is 1 dot ball away from drifting over 10, basically. Tie into Big Paul Walter, and there is the dot ball. Gets it immediately. A dot ball to start. It's been a poor power surge here for the Brisbane Heat. Really poor. And the run rate required, 10.15 now. Well, I've got to back my own predictions, right? I said if the required run rate ever drifts beyond 10, then the Perth Scorchers have won. For the first time, it's now drifted beyond 10. Let's see how accurate I was. A wicket and just 6 runs from that over. Andrew Ty has bowled extremely well. And the Perth Scorchers here, well and truly on top. I'm so curious to see the odds. The odds have been shuffling all night long across both games. But now, okay, now the Perth Scorchers basically unbackable at $1.09. And I say unbackable not because of, not out of any sort of favoritism or not. I just mean $1.09 is not even worth putting anything on. Unbackable in that sense. $1.09 for the win. It's not even worth it. And the Brisbane Heat now paying $7 as Big Paul Walter stand and delivers to the onside for 4. Just slugs it down the ground, the big man. And it's Berendorf who's bowling the second over of the power surge. The first surge over was a bit of a waste for the Heat. Can they travel along a bit better this time? Well, they can't. Paul Walter just lobs it to the man at short third man or backward point region. And he just taps it to him. A little tapper from Big Paul Walter. Straight to the man, and Berendorf gets the breakthrough. And the Brisbane Heat are on their knees now. They are just 1 blow away from complete knockout. 6 wickets down for 78 runs. Xavier Bartlett to the crease. The natural batsmen are gone. We are into the tail officially. Xavier Bartlett is capable, but he is certainly not renowned as a batsman. He's a bowler through and through. The tail is exposed. So this entire run chase now falls onto the shoulders of Max Bryant. And as much as I think Maxi Bryant is a solid enough player, I don't think he's capable of doing a Michael Bevan. Michael Bevan right now, I would still back Michael Bevan in to chase these runs down. Maxi Bryant, though, capable as he may be, I can't picture it happening as this one's called a wide. Inconsistent is the only way that I can describe the calls of wides from the umpires tonight across both innings. Just really, really inconsistent. Six for 79 it is. Behrendorff wide outside off stump. A full delivery. And Bartlett just hangs the bat out. Misses. $87 needed or 50. I mean, look, it's not beyond the realms of possibility under normal circumstances, but for the wickets. Behrendorff in again. Shorter ball on the legs, turned away, just the one. Good bowling, this is. 5 and a wicket from the over. Well, 6 now. 6 and a wicket. Reignite, a Brisbane Heat story. Watch the full doco on 7+. Stream it for free anywhere you are, wherever you like. I'm assuming that's a documentary about last year's BBL 13 tournament victory as Maxi Bryant lifts this over the offside for 4 much-needed runs. There are a lot of paper aeroplanes there on the outfield as well. 6 for 84, 12 overs gone. 82 or 48. Yeah, look, honestly, just harking back to what I was talking about, Michael Bevan, I think, was one of the best players. One of the best players at chasing down and controlling like a run chase, being the only batsman left. Max Bryant right now needs to channel his inner Michael Bevan. Six for 84, Brisbane Heat. Ashton Agar back into the attack. None for 9. Hasn't got a wicket, but he's kept things very, very quiet, very tight, very quiet. I think I just said he's kept things very quiet. I was torn between saying he's kept things quiet or saying he's kept things tight. Hasn't got a wicket, but he's, kept it very restricted here for the Brisbane Heat batsman. Only 10 runs off his 2.2 overs so far. The required run rate now drifting up towards 11. Bryant backs away, plugs it to the offside for no run. This is beautiful bowling for the Scorchers. Bryant turns it away to the leg side. Thinking about pushing for two. Here they come back. A good throw. It'll be tight. They do come back for the two nicely. Well run for the Heat. $79 needed or 44 balls. 4 wickets in hand, though, is the really big issue. $78 or 43. Bartlett backs away. Thumps it down to long on for just a single. And a good over again there from Ashton Agar. Brisbane Heat 6 for 89. 10.74 the required run rate this game. Rapidly slipping away from them. Kelly back into the attack. Starts with a wide. But yes, this just drifted away from the Heat so quickly. Bryant turns it away. Just the one. Xavier Bartlett on strike. Backs away from it, gives himself some room and lifts it straight to the man at long on. And the Brisbane Heat lose their 7th wicket. You can't fault him for going for it, though. They had to have a crack. And down they go for 7 for 92. And the Perth Scorchers, well, you've got to hand it to them. They were vulnerable. After a couple of defeats, they were vulnerable. They've come back home now to Optus Stadium. They looked like they were on the ropes. The Brisbane Heat bowled well, but they just showed patience and recovered, set themselves a target to bowl at. And it turns out they've gone and got themselves probably, well, I said about 15 or 20 runs more than what they need. They've probably ended up getting themselves about 65 runs more than they've needed. as it transpires, because the Brisbane Heat electing to field first too, no less, have made extremely difficult going to this run chase. They were under pressure early and they just never recovered. Swepson in, Kelly, 2 for 24. Bangs it in, short of a length, cut away by Swepson for just 1. .73 needed of 39 balls. Kelly drops it in short again. Bryant pulls it away. Just the 1. They obviously need a lot more than just 1s at the moment, the Heat. That required run rate drifting out now towards 12 and over. For the longest time, they kept it manageable around 8 or 9, 9.5. It drifted out to 10. It's now very quickly drifted out to 11.37. And just a couple more deliveries with no boundaries, like that one, a dot ball. This required run rate is going to fall out to beyond 12 and over. And they're already right up against it here, the Heat. Staring down the barrel of a huge loss. Seven for 94, 13.5 overs gone. The Scorchers. Swepson turns it away for 1. Oh, they're thinking about the 2. And just keeping it to the 1, well fielded. And I think ultimately the difference really has been Spencer Johnson bowled extremely well for the Brisbane Heat. Really, really well. Nobody else really stepped up. Acceptable bowling, but overall, outside of Spencer Johnson, weren't that good. And that was the problem. The Perth Scorchers have all bowled well. They've all bowled well. Morris started well. Berendorf, apart from a loose opening delivery, bowled well. Ashton Agar, despite not taking a wicket, none for 14 or 3. All the Perth Scorchers bowlers have chimed in here, and now he's got the wicket. Agar pops the ball up and catches it on the rebound. Well, just like clockwork, the commentators curse. It wasn't really a curse for Agar this time. It was a benefit. I'd just been talking about how he hasn't got the wicket, but he's bowled well. And Mitch Swepson, Swepson just lobs it back to him for a caught and bowled. He bobbles the ball initially, dives back at it for a second attempt, and clutches it in. And the Heat have lost their 8th wicket. Agar gets a wicket. Only a matter of time now for the Perth Scorchers. Well, he played heroics with the ball. Can Spencer Johnson do anything with the bat? 71 needed from 34 balls. And 2 dot balls to start here with Spencer Johnson. The Perth Scorchers. Wow, BBL 14 is looking good, right? I mean, the Melbourne Renegades have come to the party. Perennial wooden spooners, right? But they've recruited well, and they look the goods this season. You've got the Scorchers, who, after a slow start, have shown their wares well and truly tonight. You've got the Heat, who, despite tonight, obviously the Heat had 2 good games leading into this one. So you can't discount the Brisbane Heat either. The Sydney Sixers, of course, are always going to be there or thereabouts. I think we are lined up for a very, very good competition here. BBL 14, any number of 4 or 5 teams can win it, right? And that's pretty cool, I reckon. Ashtonaga finishes another over, bags the wicket. And the Perth Scorchers, well, actually, Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. Let's see, this tonight evens things up really, really well. I'm currently in 3rd spot. Turned away from Bryant. Did he take the run? No, they didn't take the run. Well, I mean, pretty much it's all up to Maxi Bryant here, so you wouldn't take a single, put Johnson on strike to Morris, because Morris could knock through these last 2 wickets just like that. Required run rate now, 14.69. 71 needed off 29 balls. Bryant. It's full and on the legs. And turned away. Do they decline the single this time? They do. The crowd doesn't like it for some reason. I don't know why they're booing. Because it's a dot ball for their team, and that is dot ball number 7 in a row. So I can't really understand why the home crowd here in Perth booing the batting team not taking a run. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. 71 needed off 28, 2 wickets in hand. Bryant gets the top edge. It's gone straight up in the air. Running back for it, but it lands safely. And they'll come back for 2 runs. 3 deliveries left. Well, they need 15.21 and over to win. So, I mean, they're going to have a swing at absolutely everything from here on in now, the Heat. Poor bowling, and apart from Spencer Johnson, and now poor batting, apart from Matt Renshaw. And this is the Brisbane Heat of old. Top edge from Bryant. It's away for 4. Well, it's gone all the way for 6. A top edge over the keeper's head for 6. And they need quite a few more of those to the Brisbane Heat. Maxi Bryant, he threw everything at that. And it sails away over the keeper's head for 6. They bring up the 100 at least. So the Brisbane Heat they could at least say we didn't get bowled out for under 100. Wide outside of stump. Bryant goes again and again. A top edge, but this time bounces once and over the rope for 4. Maxi Bryant throwing caution to the wind. Well, he has to, of course, as the required run rate 14.16. .5 overs gone. Bryant pushes it away to the offside for no run. They took a single. Well run. 13 from the over. That won't be enough. But Maxi Bryant does retain the strike. .5, the run rate required. But it's just a matter of time now. I did say earlier in the run chase, if this drifts out beyond 10 runs required and over, that the Perth Scorchers are pretty much guaranteed a victory. And ever since it drifted beyond 10 and over, it's never come back. It kept drifting out. It went from 10 to 11 to 12 and now to 14.5. So it certainly seems to be the case. Berendorf into Bryant. Bryant turns it off the legs for 4. No, well fielded out there. The man at deep square leg comes around and cuts it off, and they push for 2. They've come charging back for the second run. Max Bryant, he's got to take a majority of the strike here and get a majority of the runs. Berendorf, a slower one, half pitched and pulled away into the gap for 4. Cooper Youngblood Connolly tries to trap it with his foot, but he misses it completely. And 4 runs there for Max Bryant. He's just out of partners. How different it could have been for the Brisbane Heat if just a couple of wickets left in the dugout. A couple more wickets left in the dugout. Ball toss. Pulled off the hips. Into the gap for 4. Well, wait just a minute. Maxi Bryant has said, I'm not quite ready to throw this one away yet. I don't care about the rest of my team. I'm not ready to give it up. Another boundary. He picks out the gap. It's 8 for 118. 48 needed of 21. And Max Bryant goes to 35 off 19. 16.3 overs gone. Berendorf in again. Half volley outside of stump. Lifted over the infield, but picks out the man at deep point. And Maxi Bryant's on his way. He put up a little bit of resistance at the back end there. But he's on his way now. Berendorf with the breakthrough. Max Bryant has to go. 9 down now for the Heat. Picked out the man perfectly. Good catch in the outfield. 9 for 118. Hobson takes the catch. Berendorf gets his second wicket. One away now for the Perth Scorchers. Just one wicket away from victory. And what will that mean? Well, unless Michelle was lying, she said she went for the Brisbane Heat. I wonder what Hamish did. Hamish Y could be on top of the table in the Waste of Water Sports tipping. And I'll be in second. Matt Kuhneman, the last line of resistance now for the Heat. Beredorf in, short ball, top edged, and almost caught and bowled. But it's a dot ball. Oh, I shouldn't laugh. I shouldn't laugh at all, because he's probably doing better than me. But still. .48 runs needed of 19 balls. And it's two bowlers out there to try and do it. Kuhneman turns it away, down a fine leg for one. They take the single. 47 needed off the last 3 overs. 9 for 119. And the Brisbane Heat, they're just out of batsmen, basically. It came down to just leaving too much to do. And my concern for the Heat this year was the batting depth. Now, obviously, if you end up 7, 8, 9 down for any team, you're into the tail. Batting depth is irrelevant if you throw wickets away that quickly. But for the Heat, that was my concern. I think the bowling's okay, although they were pretty terrible tonight outside of Spencer Johnson. Kuhneman, inside edge, down to fine leg for one. So can the Brisbane Heat survive? I mean, we're talking about net run rate. Forward thinking now has to play into it. Net run rate becomes a thing. Do the Scorchers bowl them out? Batted back down the ground. Not a lot on it. Only just gets past the circle, and it will just be a single. So for the Heat, I mean, they probably want to bat this out. When you start talking about net run rates and all of that, they play a part. The Scorchers looking for that last wicket. Kuhneman pops it on the upper leg there, whatever you call that area. He's got a lot of padding on, as you can see, but that copped the part without the padding. Nine for 121. 45 needed or 15. Andrew Ty bangs this one in short. Kuhneman cuts it away, picks out the man. No run. It shall be very interesting to see what this also does for the table at the moment. The Renegades, I would say, Renegades and Sixers will be flying high at the top of the table. Swing and a miss outside off here for Kuhneman. It's a Big Bash League table. Sixers are on top, Renegades second. The Heat will... it'll be interesting to see if the Scorchers leapfrog the Heat here. Turned away by Kuhneman, uppishly played, just short of the man for one. It might depend if they lose a wicket or not, if they get bowled out or not. But at the moment, it's Sixers, Renegades, Heat, Scorchers. Scorchers have won this game. It's now just a matter of by how many, which brings net run rate into the equation. The Heat run rate at the moment is 0.456 to the Scorchers, 0.191. So have they done enough with this comprehensive victory to leapfrog the Heat into third spot? We'll see. Kelly back into the attack, 2 for 27. Kuhneman, a big slash and a miss at this one. Nine for 122. And they'll just be thinking, what if the Brisbane Heat? What if they bowled better at the death? What if they were only chasing a score of 130, 140 odd? It still would have been game on here, despite the wickets. What if they didn't throw a couple of wickets away with runouts? What if? 9 for 122. The Scorchers just fighting for that last wicket. Kelly bangs it in short. Kuhneman backs away. Just chops this down to mid-off for a single. I would say if the Heat managed to bat out the overs, that they would stay above the Scorchers on net run rate. If the Scorchers bowl them out, especially this over, then it might just be enough to improve them above the Heat. And Johnson gets the top edge. It's up in the air and it lands safely. I thought I might have just put the knockers on again. They go through for the single, do they? No, yes, they did. Through for the single, 9 for 124. 42 runs needed off 8 balls. With 1 wicket in hand, 31.5 is the required run rate. Goes the ramp, just Kuhneman puts it in over the top of the keeper for 4. Kelly will be furious after that. Nine for 128. Final ball here for Kelly. He's bowled well. 2 for 33. Goes the ramp again. Kuhneman misses this one completely. And it's a dot ball to finish. So here we go. 38 runs needed to win. 6 balls to go, which is obviously, apart from no balls and wides, mathematically impossible. But the Heat, they'll be doing well to just see out the innings. The Scorchers just unable at the moment to nail that last wicket. And it could become critical when we start diving into net run rates and whatnot. Overall, though, I mean, largely, it doesn't really matter. In the grand scheme of things, it matters not. AJ Tye with the final over, puts it in, half volley, swing and a miss from Johnson, and a dot ball to start. 38 needed off 5 balls. I mean, you'd like to at least see 1-6. Just one big hit, just to give the impression that something big might be about to happen, even though we know very full well that it won't. Bangs it in short again. Johnson cops it in the helmet. He gives the thumbs up. He's all good. It copped it on the grill there. A big swing and a miss. Thank you very much, Logan, for liking the video over there on TikTok. Waste of Water Sports, of course, live on YouTube, live on TikTok, live on Facebook. Bringing you all the action year in, year out. NRL, Big Bash, Rugby Union. But the Perth Scorchers ultimately way too good here. It's interesting. We said that 140, 150 was probably a score that the Scorchers would be more than happy with. They ended up with 165, so we said that they probably got about 15 to 20 runs too many. And I might have been generous there. Looking back now, that might have been generous. But still, what a different run chase it would have been if the Heat were chasing that 135, 140 that it looked like they were restricting the Scorchers to. The difference at the end of the day has been all of the Scorchers bowlers have bowled well. For the Brisbane Heat, only Spencer Johnson bowled well. That has been the difference here, and the difference between the two batting lineups. That's the difference between 6 for 165 and 9 for 128 in reply. One team had one bowler. The other team had all their bowlers fire, and Johnson steps back and he just hoofs this down the ground for 4. Spencer Johnson threw everything at that. Nine for 132. 34 runs needed off 3 balls. And they need some no balls and wides now. Some no balls and wides, and a lot of them. Johnson goes to 6 of 10. Ty, he won't be happy about that. Bowls him! Puts this one a lot fuller on leg stump and clean bowls him. Johnson, again, looked to play the exact same shot, lifting it over the leg side. Ty had the answer, a full ball on the stumps. You miss, I hit. He hit. Game over officially. Even though it's been over for a long time. It's been over for about 10 overs. It's officially over now. The Brisbane Heat have been bowled out for 132. And the Perth Scorchers, what a victory that was for them. A fight back win. All looked lost with the bat, and then they've come out and defended the total with ease. 19.4 overs is all it took. As you can see, thank you very much, Logan, for sending those likes along over there on TikTok. But yeah, as you can hear, my voice is starting to depart. It's been a big Boxing Day doubleheader from 5 o'clock. From 5 o'clock local time was the start of the Sixers versus Stars. And now this game has just finished at 11:43 p.m. local time. So what is that? 6 hours and 43 minutes of just non-stop banter. I thank you very much for coming and joining me for it. And Logan, especially there, mate, jumping in at the end of this run chase, sending all those likes through. And now the follow. Thank you very much. But yeah, my voice after 6.5 hours very much shot to pieces. Waste of Water Sports. The BBL action will continue tomorrow And of course, we're just gearing up. We're just getting started for the big year of NRL action in 2025 and Super Rugby and the Rugby Championship. There's a Lions tour. There's State of Origin. There is so much sport coming our way in 2025. Thank you very much for your company here in this one as the Scorchers have won at home. I won't do too much of a post-game, and I do apologise for that, but as you can hear, my voice has done extremely well to last as long as it has, I think. But yeah, I'm really starting to break up now. Thank you very much for your company here this Boxing Day doubleheader. We'll be back for more BBL action tomorrow. I will catch you then. Thank you so much, and until then, cheers. The Perth Scorchers are back in action into the top 4. With the Renegades, the Sixers, and the Heat should still be in there. But this is all geared up to be a fantastic BBL. Bring it on. Bring on the rest of it. Catch you all next time.